Honorable members, the House now resumes. Honorable members, it is almost 17:38. Can somebody move a motion first for us to sit beyond 6 p.m. to finish the other paper for today? Member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to move a motion that for the Assembly to sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business.
For Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I seconded the motion for us to move session before 6 o'clock.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House is beyond 6 o'clock to finish the order of business for today. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the order of business has slight alterations. As per Standing Order 14.3, the order of business would be, we will have lands and regional government, defense, fisheries and water resources, Attorney General, youth and sports, transport, works and infrastructure. Is she aware that we should call that the local government? He's aware. Clerk, can we now commence business?
Corrections for oral answers, Standing Order 3641 by the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government.
Honorable members, question number 0105 of 2022, member for Combo East. Member for Combo East, is he in?
Down.
He's out. Honorable members, question number 0106 of 2022, member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I welcome the Honorable Minister for Local Governments and Regional Integration. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government explain to this August Assembly why the government is not honoring its obligation to fully pay compensation to local councils as required by the Local Government Act?
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, good afternoon. Honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji, thank you very much for that question. But since the coming into effect of this government, a subvention budget line was created under the Directorate of Local Governance to enable government fulfill its constitutional mandate or commitment since 2018. Government had been paying some amount ranging from 500,000 to 2 million per council yearly.
But this amount doesn't represent the actual government commitment, 25% of that commitment. That is not the actual amount. So why are you guys not paying the full amount?
Honorable member, it will be rather very flabbergasting because I'm not sure if we know the budget that councils have presented to calculate that it's not up to 2 million. It's possible it's 25% is 2 million. It's possible.
It is not, because I have interacted with all the local councils, and this is what they complain, that they are not receiving the full package from the government.
Honorable member, if you are conscious of the situation, you would have realized that the councils, 98% of councils have not been presented audited accounts to this office or to this August body for long time ago. Then how would we know that this is their actual spendings per month or per annum to enable the ministry know how much allocation this will get as a 25% contribution of government? It's not possible.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister. We now have the Honorable Member for Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Minister. A quick one. Is there any plans as per the strategy of the Council for any feature for the payment salaries for councillors? Thank you.
That's a substantive question. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what is obligated to the councils is 25%. And the Honorable Minister for Local Government is in tune with the realities of the local government. So I would have thought that you would be proactive in getting to the local councils to write their budget to. How can area council that is in Brikama and the one in Basse get the same amount? Because their budgets are likely to be different. How do you come to give them the same amount?
Honorable Speaker, I hope the honorable member is asking me a question that is new, because he's not asking me my own perception and my own mind created around the council's own revenue and the contribution of government and what is our position about it. I think the question is the 25% specifically. Talking about the 25% is calculable by the amount or the amount of, let's say, the budgeted amount. Now, the budgeted amount of councils, how many times have we thrown out councils' budget or reports in this parliament? Up 10 times, right? That means we don't have the financial report of councils to enable advise ourselves what the 25% could mean here. This is more of a reason in order to curb some of their challenges and to enable them implement some of the programs. This is why Gambia government allocated $2 million per council. And notwithstanding, talking about the variation of the sizes of councils, that's why we have $500,000 to $2 million separately.
Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North.
Honorable Minister, this sounds very interesting. Are you trying to say it is as a result of failure of the council to submit their audited account? That's why you give them the amount from 500 to 1 million, 2 million. If so, since you talk of 98%, that means there are some that are in compliance. Why didn't you act that way and give them what the act required you to do so?
Up to the last time I was invited to this parliament, I think there was only one that we say or claim to have been compliance to the audited account submission approved by the National Assembly, honorable member. And adding to that, it's not an assumption. These are the facts we are reading through. I see no reason why government or the ministry will hold paying a subvention of 25% if the resources are available. Let's understand one thing. If the resources are available, government will not hold paying that amount to councils because it will be, councils are subsidiary organs of the government. So enabling them to function maximally is at the interest of Gambians as a whole. So I'm not It's not an assumption, it's the actual thing on the ground. If they help us, as we are planning to do, we will not be coming to this parliament again with ad hoc or incomplete audited accounts, inshallah, and this will advise the ministry and the Gambia government about what to do for councils.
Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I just want you to clarify here, who approves the annual estimate budget for council? Is it the ministry or the councils themselves? Thank you.
Is the Minister of Finance? It's not council themselves.
Honorable Member for...
They budget and then we jointly
Honorable members, please. Honorable Member for Lower Salu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, hope in your policy gap there is no lapses, because the 25% what the Honorable Member is asking, if the council is not running for a deficit, and no council around these regions they are all running for deficit. This 25% should have come to 40-60. The 60%, what goes back to the people, is not forthcoming. Then why the government now giving subvention to the council when they are running of a deficit? Why?
Now, the subvention is to uplift and to also enable councils fulfill some of their commitment to communities. And I believe these are subvented accounts or amounts given to councils, and they have been monitored as per the program they have presented to government.
Members, we now move to the earlier question. The member for Combo East was out.
Thank you very much.
Next time we will make you last. If we jump you. Honorable question number 0105 of 2022, member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My apology. I apologize for running late. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government update this August Assembly on the compensation status of landowners that had their lands assigned to the M.A. Karafi in Kuloro of Kafuta and that of the University of the Gambia at Faraba?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Combo East. The land that the UTG is occupying in Faraba, according to traditions, is a gift from the community to the government, and it was handed over to University of the Gambia. The Harafi Kafuta Kuloro scenario is the land has been acquired by government in a similar scenario and instead given to Gaipa, who in turn rented it to M.A. Karafi. We are made to understand that this issue is currently in court, but we will also intervene to find out what has been the link between Karafi, Gaipa, and the community in terms of the rent that they pay to Gaipa that should either or anyway been amounts that are supposed to be shared between Gaipa and the community, or is it the communities, or is it only for Gaipa? We will find that out and then we'll let you know.
Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, if the matter is in court, then we'll wait until it is out of court.
Not all matters. That of the University of the Gambia, Honorable Speaker,
I am saying only the one that is in court. All others, you can put up your supplementary question.
Honorable Speaker, I still further want to ask the Honorable Minister, put it to the Honorable Minister that for the Faraba Banta campus, he has just stated that it is a gift from the community of Faraba or traditional owners. To me, this does not convince me much, because people are claiming ownership of these lands and they could not identify the territories of these lands, the demarcations for these lands are not being identified better to these communities. If those kind of arrangements were made, I think farmers would not be conflicting in getting encroaching into the claimed premises of the university campus by way of occupying still, as they are farmlands and some of them are disposing part of it.
What is the supplementary question?
The supplementary question is there any proof to show that these communities mutually were able to voluntarily issue these lands to the University of the Gambia on a mutual understanding?
Well, if the proof was requested in the question, we would have tried to get you the proof, because that will be the lease that has been subleased to the UTG. But unfortunately, we didn't ask that in the written question, so we will search for it and make it available to you.
Do you have any list? Any other supplementary question, please?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. In respect to the allocation of Kafuta, Karafi Kafuta farm to the communities of Kafuta, I think would not be as of that of the the Karafi Chloro farm, which came before, after the emergence of the Kafuta farm. Is it the similar way that the Kafuta people also mutually offered this thing to the communities or to the MA Karafi, or it is acquired?
Honorable Member, I think yes, that's what I said.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I just want to help the Honorable Minister to answer the question about land acquisition, because we started that project. I think if you ask Minister of Education, they should have the land.
Honorable Member, you have a supplementary question.
I'm suggesting actually, not a question. But I want to help the Honorable Minister that if they're going to Minister of Education, the documents
allow him.
You want to explain something?
About the land document that the Honorable Member requested.
Honorable.
He's not asking a question. Let him go ahead.
Yeah, I said we started the project, and before we started, you are right, the land was a gift. So if you go to Ministry of Education, you'll be able to see the land document there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think
Honorable
that's
Member.
counterpart.
Honorable Member for Woolney East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want the Minister to tell us these three different lands, which one is actually in court, so that we know how to ask our questions. Which one is in court and which ones are not?
Honorable Member, it's two issues here. It's Karafi and the UTG. The Karafi is in court.
You've asked the question. Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also would like to withdraw. Hence, the land is for gift.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Any other Honorable Member? Right, Honorable Members, we now move to question number 0107. Honorable Members, we are now moving to question number 0107 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
She's absent.
We now move to question number 0108 of 2022, member for Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, that's 0109 instead, that of the Brikama South.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional...
Hold on. I think a member has concerns. Honorable member, Salimentary.
No, it's okay. I thought it was 0109 instead of 0108.
Honorable member, you can continue.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government tell this August Assembly when will the ministry engage its counterpart in the Republic of Senegal to clearly demarcate the border of Kombo Dasilame, Dimbaya, and Bajira?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think this area in contention have been existing this way for the past 10 to 15 years. I can recall vividly because I was part of the committee that were looking at these border issues around the country, particularly the border you are referring to. Honorable Speaker, the ministry with its counterpart, that is the Senegalese, with the support of GIZ, that is the German, has come up with a pre-demarcation activities which is in sequence. One, the sensitization of the border communities that I was part of, which was around 2015, 2016. Training for the technical staff of both countries that I believe the permanent secretary president here of youths, I remember he was part of the team, and Lance Director, part of his, and several others part of it. Third, we come to documentation and verification and confirmation process. That is all training. Then we come to the determination of mapping and then tenure rights, with the corridor of the border. Then submission of the decisions on overlapping rights. Overlapping rights mean when you come to a village like Dimbaya, for instance. Dimbaya is a village where you have most of its part somewhere else. We will assume part of it is in Senegal and part of it is in Gambia. But their farmland, part of it is also in Senegal or Casamance region. So these overlapping rights are to be discussed and mutually agreed upon to avail the people of Dimbaya to access their farmlands, even the border is demarcated within or outside their jurisdiction. Then the demarcation then follows. So, Honorable Speaker, the negotiations are on, but I will advise us all not to rush too much on this border thing. The reasons are the borders are there. We may want to reaffirm their locations in few parts of the country. But as I have just said, when you talk about Dimbaya, the police station in Dimbaya, right? The police station, there is a police station in Dimbaya. You know, the complexities are so much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to stop here until there are supplementary questions, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I want you to understand Dasilame in particular. There is a lot of threat that is posed to that particular community. If you go to Dasilame, there are pigs that are invented claiming to be colonial pigs. And if you look at the level of encroachment coming, is alarming. I vividly remember I sent in this question in 2018, and up till date, you are telling me there are these, because I believe government positions remains, but individual keep on changing. But efforts has been made up to this level. Are you telling me that up till today, you don't have a strategic plan to engage this guy with regards to the demarcation?
Honorable Member, which guy?
About your counterpart in Senegal, the local government ministry of Senegal.
We will engage them sooner to discuss. But as I have said earlier on, when you say the borders are plain and we call artificial borders, I may not concur well with that one. Because when you talk about the borders along Dasilame, the place where those border poles are located, I don't know whether you've ever been there. No, it's not in the village at all. It's nearly 17 kilometers in southwest of Dar es Salaam itself. I walked up to that border you're talking about, the poles. You know, honorable member, we are working on this, and we will definitely protect the interests of this country at all levels, particularly when it comes to border. We will not allow the Senegalese or any other nation. Okay, we are bordered only by Senegal. We will not allow Senegal to encroach and take our land, but we will not also allow ourselves to go and encroach in. We have been living mutually, and I think it's important we take this seriously. Our living with our neighbors, counterparts in Senegal, we need to learn so much together and live together.
Honorable Minister, I am born and brought up in this particular community, and I believe I know the place more than you do. In Dar es Salaam, there is a community called Tranquil, and if you are aware of it, a few years ago, there was serious Senegalese contingent that invaded that place with the pretext that they are coming to visit their own alkali in that community. And due to the maturity level of our security on the ground, it has been bloody. After that, again, our own immigration officer
Honorable member, in a debate, please pose your supplementary question. Please. How many times has you have somebody cautioned us all, making reference to the standing orders? Please go ahead.
Honorable Minister, I don't know whether you are able to do a consultation if we are working on this. Are you ready to engage the indigenes, particularly within these regions, when you are going in for the demarcation?
No, that's conflicting. You don't engage the indigenes to go along with you on demarcations. You don't.
Honorable members, now we have the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, are there any plans to rebuild most of the fallen borders pegs within areas as part of your ministry strategy plans?
Yes, there are plans, and we have got strategies, and we're just putting up resources to make sure we put up the border post. But then, where he's claiming right down towards Kanilai, all the way towards Jarasoma, areas that are very sensitive when it comes to border towards the Gambia. I think we need to read a lot in it before we comment so deep on them.
Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention of pre-demarcation activities. Which ones were successfully implemented and which ones are in progress or are yet to be implemented?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Point A to C are processes that have already been undertaken, and we're working on D, E, and F.
Honorable Member for Woodley East.
I withdraw my question because it's already answered.
Honorable nominated member Keba Lamfofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your submission, you did say that you are engaging your counterparts with regards to the demarcation. Since these are border issues and border issues surround issues of sovereignty, can you tell us explicitly which level you are with regards to those engagements? Thank you.
Honorable Member, no, I can't say explicitly when this is going to be concluded. Sorry.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, do we have a complete national map that can help us identify our borders between us and Senegal?
Yes, the national maps are available that can help show you the borders. But scientifically, we believe that earth movements and tilting and so on, in geographical terms, or the lands may tell you there are jargons. I'm a novice in it, but those are issues that helps or that affects demarcations and borders. But then maps are available, certainly maps are available for that.
Honorable members, we now have question 0109 of 2022 Posed by member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the streets of Kanifing municipality are overwhelmed with street vendors and cars. Could the Honorable Minister of Lands and Local Government Minister tell this August Assembly what plans the ministry has to provide car parks, the zoning of businesses, and regulatory policy for market vendors? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the ministry had approved bylaws for KM to address the problem of street vendors. In short, KM came up with some proposals or bylaws of which the ministry have approved for them to implement. However, information from KMC indicates that most of these markets are unoccupied because vendors are unwilling to take places within the markets. Car parks are also always very empty. Drivers and the market vendors always prefer to be by the roadsides, which is sometimes very difficult for the ministry to be able to allocate these type of places, and they adhere to it. So it's important for us to note that for every layout in this country, government layouts, as I said yesterday, there is always a provision for these social amenities. KM is not an exception. All other places along or throughout the country is not an exception in this.
Sorry. My question is, what plans does your ministry have to cater for car parks? As we all know, all the streets in the Kanifing municipality are occupied by cars. And here you stand saying you are giving subventions to the council, and that is car park fees, not subvention for that case. So my question is, what are your plans? Thank you.
Honorable Member, it's a subvention. 1, 2, car parks. Car parks have been existing in Serekunda. I'm saying these things have been handed over to KM, and the cars are not getting into the garage, they are staying on the highway. And if the car parks are encroached, now we're coming back to government to look for a car park. The possibilities there are to claim people's homes or to look at lands that are empty and use them as car parks. And people spoke about the buffer zone to be used. Is it acceptable here for buffer zone to be used as a car park or to be used as a market? No, so these are problems we are facing as a ministry. So what we need to do is to, is to allocate people or relocate people to have space, but who will accept to be relocated? So it's a challenge, and we are all facing the challenge together. I can assure you the government or the ministry is not relenting to make these amenities available wherever it is required, because these things are attached to the life of the Gambian people. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Honorable Speaker, I have another question. These car parks you are talking about, they are being legitimized by the central government collecting car parks.
Honorable Member, you have right to 2 supplementary questions, which you have asked. He came up twice.
That was the first question that I posed.
All right, Honorable Member for Woodley, can you please excuse me?
Yeah.
Let him have his second supplementary question. Yes, Honorable Member?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Government have legitimized those so-called car parks within the municipality by collecting the car park fees, which were previously controlled by councils. So now that you are collecting the car park fees, yes?
Remember, pose your question. Don't listen.
Now that government is collecting the car park fees and there is a need for car parks within the municipality, so what are your plans to provide car parks for the municipality?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure if the question is well placed. It's not the responsibility of the Ministry of Local Government and Lands to collect car park fees. I think he can redirect it to the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Infrastructure or Ministry of Works. Sorry.
A point of correction.
Honorable Member for Woolly.
I have a point of observation. What I say, the ministry.
Honorable Member, please. Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the third leg of the question is, do you have regulatory policy for market vendors? Do you actually have regulation to regulate market vendors? Because they are selling everywhere. They are, wherever you go, they even occupy roads. So do you have a policy? And are you implementing that policy?
You mean the Minister of Local Government have that? Regulatory framework? No, I'm not sure that's our responsibility, Honorable Member. I think that should be under the council also, directly.
On any
We are not jumping the councils to the vendors' place.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker.
Whom are you observing?
I want to observe the Honorable Minister. Because when he said that's not their responsibility, the council is under his purview. So council's responsibility can be shifted to him as he's overseeing the council. So he have, he can answer. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I think if the issue is put to the councils and the council brings it to the ministry, I think that will be a right channel than being asked a parliamentary question on that here. I think if, in fact, it is to be a parliamentary question, this is a new question that we can contact the councils to provide an answer for.
All right, honorable members, we now go to question number 0110 of 2022, member for Sani Mentoring.
Good afternoon, and here again I acknowledge the presence of the ministers here in present. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government explain to this August Assembly the reasons for the demolition of the Salaji market in Sani Mentoring constituency? Yes, this has been raised yesterday and it has clearly been answered. It has, let me learn please. It has clearly been answered. The reason why I read the question, I have raised this question and it has been clearly been answered by the minister, and which am really satisfied with. But I am reading the question because maybe the other honorable members may have a supplementary question attached to it. Thank you.
Honorable member, if I understand you, you are already satisfied with the minister's answers. Honorable members, we now move to question number 0111 of 2022 by the honorable member for Sani Mentoring again.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government tells this August Assembly why a private clinic is being constructed on the land where the former ITC is located and who authorized the construction? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government isn't aware of any construction of a private clinic within the site occupied by the ITC. However, our findings relate to us that there is an internal arrangement between the ICT and private doctor who manage with the management of ITC to rent a space and then do their transactions. So that is not under the auspices of the Ministry of Local Government and Lands.
Honorable Speaker, the people of Kesering, a particular committee, of course, have been claiming that this area was given to the Jawara regime then without any documentation. No, I'm just trying to clarify this thing to the Honorable Minister, why this question has been raised here. Honorable Minister, there's a particular committee called Kirsering who owns this particular land before, which there was no documentation, of course, when they were giving this particular land to the Jawara regime. And they said there was still a balance of 400 meters square, and which they've been claiming, of course, that they want that portion back to the community itself. And due to the complaint that I have received from them, that there is a particular clinic, maybe, which is under construction, and they finding out, or they wanted to know who authorized.
Point of order.
Yes, central body, you have a point of order.
I just want to, we remind ourselves that supplementary questions are there for ministers to make clarification or for further clarification. But what the honorable member is doing is not seeking for clarification, but he's making a preamble.
Honorable member, you have said this several times. There is even a time limit of 1 minute. All these things are inside in the standing orders. We don't need to remind each other. The standing order was prepared, approved for our own regulation. we should go by it. We should abide by it.
Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry, but I think I'm only trying to have a clarification on this particular issue. Thank you.
If there are things that are not clear to you, you still can go and ask the minister in his office, do some research, or you can call them for another parliamentary session or your committees to find out.
Okay, I can do so. Then we proceed. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabegi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, there is this skill center in Fajikunda. One woman is claiming ownership, and I'm sure the committee has written to you. Can you guys please listen carefully?
Honorable Member.
The Honorable Minister understand what I'm.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabegi. Can you take your seat? Honorable members, some other honorable members are tired and feel frustrated every time reminding us about our own regulations. It's frustrating. This is not the only time you can find out. Parliament is not only a legislative body, it's an oversight institution. And you are vested with certain powers, just to enable you to find out information to be able to ensure that your oversight is effective. But we should do it within the ambits of the regulations. Honorable members.
Can I come back, Honorable Speaker?
No. We now move to Wunde East. Please,
Thank you so much.
Honorable members, just Wunde East. You see, what we want to do is, if there is a question, a question is posed, the questioner has two more chances. If any honorable member wants to take part or put a supplementary question, takes your tag, we write in names and we will write your names. If we don't have the names, then I assume that nobody wants to talk about it. Honorable Member for Wunde East, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it looks like the issue relating to this land at Salaji is still not clear. Can the Honorable Minister be kind enough to have a thorough inquiry into this?
On the land in Salaji.
And inform the Assembly.
We are now on the private clinic being constructed on the land where the ITC is.
Okay.
Honorable member, you can come to my office, please.
I have an observation, Honorable Speaker. Huh? Yeah, because I want to be very clear. When we are going to add supplementary question, is going to talk about the original question or anything related to that? But because I cannot talk about the private clinic in Sedimentary. And what I'm trying to say is also about land ownership. And this private
No, it's
clinic
not
is
about
land ownership.
Dealing with land, we are not dealing with land ownership. We are dealing with specific land ownership.
What's about to raise is also dealing with that specific land.
No, you could have asked that question if you had wanted to the Honorable Minister. He will have answered it.
Okay, thank you.
We now move to question number 0112 of 2020, member for Serekunda.
Honorable Speaker, that was not my question. I think it's the member for Serekunda West.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Land and Regional Government inform this August Assembly about the Ministry's plan to regulate the house rental businesses, especially the condition and mode of payments?
Honorable Speaker, I think unless if the ministry is going to be given an extra mandate, but the Ministry for Lands is not responsible for the control and supervision of house rent businesses and their modes of payment. Except if Parliament decides so to make it our extra responsibility, then we'll have nowhere to go, but we'll have to accept it and make it go.
By the former Minister of Local Government.
Thank you very much.
Observation, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, actually, we do have the Rent Act of 2014, which was actually amended 2 years ago here by this Parliament through the Minister of Justice.
Yeah, all what the Honorable Minister is saying, that you may put up your question to the relevant ministry and it will be answered. Or you can use your committees to find out whatever it is. Honorable members, no, it's not his ministry, it's ruled out. Honorable members, we now have come to the end for the Honorable Minister for Regional Government. Let me, on your behalf, thank him for ably answering questions posed to him.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Clerk, can we proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Defense. I now invite the Honorable Minister of Defense. He's already there. We now have, honorable members, we now have question number 095 of 2022, member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thanks, the Minister of Defense. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Defense inform this August Assembly for the continuous militarization of Fonyi by the economic forces, resulting to the death of Mr. Aruna Jatta, as well as changing a private home of a former president, Yahya Ejeje Jammeh Babile Mansa, as the 4th Infantry Battalion, and mounting a Biam checkpoint by the Senegalese military forces, or the economic forces.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor constituency. Honorable Speaker, my response to the question asked by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor constituency is that military deployment generally are informed by the strategic nature of the location, both in terms of the level of threat and for the purpose of effective security responses. However, I would not be in a position to speak for ECOMIC. The decision to use Kanilai residents of the former president to house the 4th Infantry Battalion was informed by the strategic nature of the location and the fact that Kanilai was already a military garrison and the camp was there since the time of former President Jammeh. Also, the fact that most of the clashes between the Senegalese military and the MFDC were reported at the border close to Kanilai made it strategically important in terms of security for the people of Fonyi. However, for the Gambia Armed Forces, what they did was just to transform the garrison to a battalion to house the headquarters of the 4th Infantry Battalion. It is not a new military deployment as insinuated by the Honorable Member. For the mounting checkpoints, I personally don't think people should feel intimidated by checkpoints. In developed countries, they use CCTV and other advanced security devices, which we do not necessarily have. That is the ideal method, but unfortunately, we cannot afford it. We need to mount physical checkpoints to be able to detect, arrest potential culprits. So anybody who has stake in peace and security should be able to appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I ask or put it to you that where the checkpoint is, the citizenry of those 3 cluster villages has been denied to farm for agricultural purpose. What do you say in this as the right of the farm?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The people of Fonyi have absolute right to continue with their farming activities. What I do not have is the report indicating that the deployment of the troops is definitely constraining the people from using their farmlands. Thank you.
I'm now putting it to you that they've been denied 60 years of farming, and I want an urgent intervention for the next farming season. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you put questions. You are not in a court of law.
Thank you. What assistance could you render for the next farming season, as we fear that they may not be continuously allowed to do farming in that particular rice field, which definitely helped them for a lot of years that they've been doing their farming?
An honorable member, can you engage the relevant institutions if you are not satisfied with the getting all what you needed?
No, I've posed a question to him, and I am seeking an answer in that. Thank you.
Please, honorable members, you have got the list. Yes, honorable member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, 3 months ago we had this conflict between the MFDC rebels
and the Senegalese forces, would it be prudent for you to deploy our own Gambian security officers at that particular checkpoint in question? Then leaving the Senegalese there, they may provoke the rebels, or the rebels may provoke them in order to solve the problem.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for Central Baribu. Well, our military deployment, I mean the Gambia Armed Forces, is dictated by the necessary strategic security requirements. So our deployment is not based on whether there is already a deployment around the general security area. So I think we do our deployment based on our security needs and requirements. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Honorable Minister, the occupation of a private home of the former president by the 4th Infantry Battalion, being private in any way, for one to occupy that must based on informed authority. I would not agree that that can merely based on strategic reasons. What informed authority can you base the point of the occupation of this private facility by the 4th Infantry Battalion? Thank you, Honorable Minority Leader. In our military analysis, we are not considering it as a military occupation because there used to be a military garrison in that general location during the former president. And this is just to establish the headquarters of the 4th Infantry Battalion to complement further with all the units that are under the 4th Infantry Battalion chain of command. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question that is raised is a bit complex. Can the minister or the ministry be willing to actually go and inquire into this land issue of the women so that it will be solved once and for all? Will you be willing to do that?
Willing to?
To inquire about the issue of women, the women's land, because they have been deprived for many years from farming on the land. Can you inquire into it so that you'll be able to solve it once and for all?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. I think that is a good suggestion. We will liaise with the Ministry of Lands to make sure at least we will reach out to the communities and then to assess and find out the information regarding this and to see what can be possibly done to have the women get back to their land for farming. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister. I just want the Honorable Minister to tell me the benefits of putting the so-called economic force, that are Senegalese forces, in Fonyi, other than putting fear in people, causing accident at the Biam checkpoint, and also inconveniences to the Fonyi people. Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Can we hear the point of order?
Point of order 43. 43, paragraph 4. It says a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. And if you look at the original question, it is premised on 3 things. First among them was the continuous militarization of what? Fonyi, that is the military barracks. The other one is the changing of the private home of the former president. And the third one is the checkpoint of Buyam. The honorable member is introducing something new, saying that the economic forces are there to bring hardship to the people of Fonyi, which is not part of the original question. Thank you.
No, when we talk about the military checkpoints, it includes all of them. I will ask, I just don't like the so-called. It's unparliamentary, and that those languages should not be used in parliament.
I withdraw that word, the so-called.
Please.
Let me reframe my question. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I said I want to find out the benefits of putting the economic forces in Fonyi and the checkpoint at Buyam, other than causing inconvenience to the people of Fonyi, accidents at the checkpoint, and then putting fear in the people. Honorable Speaker, point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, point of order too.
Yes. Still 43 subsection 4. I still maintain that the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member, is introducing new things. The question was not about...
Honorable Member, I have ruled on that.
He has rephrased his question.
No, no, it's the same question. He had just moved.
Thank you.
He had just moved from so-called.
I'm not just asking for the benefits.
Oh, Honorable Member, please. Can we have the Honorable Minister's response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol. The question raised regarding the deployment of ECOMIC, I have already alluded to this, that we do not have any mandate to suggest or to direct the deployment of the ECOMIC forces. What we know is that the ECOMIC High Command should be able to respond to this question.
Yeah. You know, Honorable Member, I don't want members to be, if we allow these observations, we'll spend the night here. Yeah, my only fear is if I let you go, I will not deny orders.
Don't say President.
Honorable President. We now move to the member for Fonyi Berefet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask Honorable Minister why security are rendered in Fonyi, why soldiers are rendered in Fonyi to secure Fonyi people when we have no minister or a president in that area. Are we not safe to stay in the Gambia?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Who is putting up the point of order? Minority?
Honorable Speaker, there's nowhere in the standing order where I can drive my authority from on this matter. It's based on best practice.
Can you kindly sit down? If you...
Honorable, can I learn, Honorable Speaker? Can I? Are you observational?
Honorable Minority Leader, can you say it again?
I am saying the issue is pertaining to a question posed to the minister and is referring us to the economic phase to give us the answer.
Yeah, Honorable.
Excuse me. Let me learn.
Honorable, please.
Let me learn.
No. Honorable, please, if I interject, sit down. Honorable, please, if I interject, if I come in as speaker,
are you satisfied with what on foundation laying?
No, please sit down.
Are you satisfied with that?
No, but please sit down.
Honorable Speaker, allow him to land.
Sit down.
Honorable Speaker, allow him to land.
When the speaker interrupts,
But the speaker should be allowing me.
No, Honorable Member, listen, Honorable. Here we have processes and procedures. If I interject, please take your seat. I am honorable minority leader, with all due respect. You are aware and very much au fait with the standing orders. I will be much disappointed if you behave this way as minority leader. You know that if I interject, you should take your seat. And if you want to talk, put it up, I will give you opportunity. But this one has been ruled on. You said it, I had ruled on it. And you cannot bring it back. If you want to bring it back, go through the right process to bring it back. Please, please, to learn not on this issue. No, what I'm saying is, I am not entertaining this particular issue that I have ruled on.
Point of order.
Leader, can you allow us to proceed? We are finished that. Honorable members, we can now proceed to question number 096 of 2022, member for Woolly East.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Defense inform this August Assembly the agreement or agreements relating to security between the Republics of the Gambia and Senegal that grant our sister Republic Senegal security forces unrestricted access to Gambian territory?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. The Honorable Member for Woolly East constituency, my response is that there is an existing defense and security cooperation agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Republic of Senegal. We have the bilateral agreement with Senegal on defense and security and the protocol on operational arrangements for the implementation of the right to cross-border hot pursuit and joint or combined patrol. It is intended to create a united front to confront our common defense and security challenges. The agreement were purely motivated by the desire to strengthen the security of the two countries through security partnership, which is the new trend in global security. Honorable Member, on the question whether the cooperation between the Gambia and Senegal amounted to giving Senegal unrestricted access to our territory, the answer is definitely no. All foreign troops, including Senegalese troops, entering the Gambian territory in an official capacity are required to notify the Gambian authorities of such intention and the Gambian security forces at the common land, sea, and air borders, and are always informed of such visits. Equally, when they are visiting in an individual capacity, they always require security clearance, indicating that the visit is personal and they are not supposed to be armed during such visits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to know whether the Honorable Minister is aware that Senegalese forces at Buyam checkpoint are controlling timber in the Gambian territory. Whether he's aware of that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I cannot provide immediate answers to this, but I do not know whether they are controlling timber. But with regards to timber, I think the relevant ministry should be able to answer such question. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, would the Minister of Defense be kind enough to investigate the issue of Senegalese soldiers controlling timber at the Buyam checkpoint? Would you be ready to investigate that and inform us back, the National Assembly, on that issue?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will endeavor to report back to this House, August Assembly, on this particular question. Thank you.
And I have Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance to ask. I can vividly hear what the Minister of Defense clearly states. But is Fonyi out of this, that the Senegalese soldiers, before they enter into the Gambia, they alert you? Because time and again we have seen them enter into our territories, and most of the time when we inquire from your people, they say they don't know. Is Fonyi out of that territory that you are talking about, or Fonyi is part of the territory?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Of course, Fonyi is part of that. Thank you.
Why are we treated differently?
Honorable Member, please.
I want to know.
Honorable Member, you must learn to be disciplined. You discipline yourself, please.
No, I'll not apologize.
Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister be so generous to make that agreement available to the Parliament? The security agreement between Gambia and Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. I will have to consult with relevant ministries, especially Ministry of Justice, to find out whether we are mandated or required to share such document to your humble self. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If I listen to the Minister for Defense, it's like the Ministry of Defense is not mandated to regulate and coordinate the activities of foreign troops in our territory. I think that's what you said. You said you are not responsible for their deployment in our jurisdiction.
Thank you, Honorable Member. What I do understand is that the deployment of ECOMIC is as a result of the decision by the authorities of head of states and government of the ECOWAS country. So I would not be right to say that their deployment is being channeled by my ministry. I do not have that answer.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Defense Minister, I want an enlightenment here. The economics that are posted in Fonyi do go and ask for the residents there to hold their cattle and other livestock. What role would the defense enlighten us in this? And we want to know the mandate of their presence in those regions.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor. I think my ministry will endeavor to reach out to the different economic chain of command regarding your question. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I have a question that I want to ask. Are foreign troops allowed to be fully armed while crossing the country?
Thank you, Honorable Member. It depends on the nature at which they are coming into the country. If there is clearance that has been granted, they can come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have question number 097 of 2022, Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Defense. The question reads, Honorable Speaker, could Honorable Minister of Defense explain to this August Assembly why the hot pursuit agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Senegal was not tabled and for ratification by the National Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Busumbala. My response to this question asked by Honorable Member for Busumbala constituency is that the defense and security cooperation between the Gambia and Senegal, as I have already alluded to, is a simply friendly agreement that seeks to harmonize the law enforcement efforts of the two countries. The agreement was conceived in response to persistent cross-border crimes that led to losses of precious life and valuable properties in both countries. The agreement was signed in 2017. The Hot Pursuit Agreement, therefore, is the result of the express commitment of the two countries to work closely together to defeat crimes and prevent the two countries from being used by criminals as sanctuary. Honorable Member, if the Hot Pursuit Agreement is not tabled before the National Assembly for ratification, then that is unfortunate. I will look into this and then I will inform this August Assembly accordingly. The agreement were purely motivated by the desire to strengthen security of the Gambia through regional and global security partnership, which is now the new trend in global security. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any supplementary? Honorable Member Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you once again. When you say security of Gambians, these questions, this answer baffled me. Who are the economic people securing here?
Honorable Member, the question relates to
they're killing people every day.
why the Hot Pursuit Agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Senegal was not tabled for ratification by the National Assembly. Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to ask this question. Should the Hot Pursuit Agreement be one-sided? Because we've been seeing Senegalese troops entering into the Gambia and some people into the Gambia taking back them to Senegal. Thank you.
Honorable Member, may I get that question back?
Well, my question is, should the agreement be one-sided? That is the Hot Pursuit Agreement.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Wrong. The Hot Pursuit Agreement is mutual.
The Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. You said it's unfortunate why it doesn't come to Parliament. Should you make any agreement with any country without Parliament illegally?
Thank you, Honorable Member. As I have alluded, it was done in 2017. I need to go back and find out why it was not tabled. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister please make available to this August Assembly a copy of this Hot Pursuit Agreement? Can you make it available to us?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will do consultation and then I will come back to this assembly and inform you accordingly if I have to share the document. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Bundungapinda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I just want to know if it is possible to know when it was signed and who signed it. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll make that information available. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Who is shouting?
After due consultation, thank you.
Which honorable member is shouting?
Honorable Speaker, observation.
No, just hold on, please. Who is shouting? Honorable members, you see, if you are comfortable with being seen differently or dishonorably, some of us are not. Honorable member, somebody was saying something.
Yes, observation.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Honorable member for Kiam West.
Yes, I am observing my colleague honorable members for both Latikunda Sabiji and Fonyi Bintan Karana for us to maintain decorum in the assembly. And when we are given floor, we can speak. We are not speakers to observe our colleague, to rule on issues on a colleague national assembly.
So, honorable members, let me seize this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister of Defense for ably answering questions posed to him. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. And the honorable members, thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Clerk, can we proceed?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources.
I invite the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources. Okay. Honorable members, we now have question number 027 of 2022 by the member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly what plans his ministry has to create an avenue for the youths to engage in fishing within the Basse constituency?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, there are no immediate plans for Basse use at the moment, but we are expecting funds from the European Union Sectoral Support Program in 2023. And if they are available, the Basse youths could be considered. Thank you.
He has no supplementary. All right, member for Central Badibu.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you said you don't have any fund for Basse now as far as fishing is concerned for youths. But do you have this plan in mind in the next budget session so that there can be something for the youths of Basse to engage in fishing?
I have not said we don't have funding. I said we don't have any immediate plan as the questioner asked. I am saying in 2023, we are expecting funds from the European Union, and if those funds are available, we will be able to consider the use of Basse. Yes, 2023 budget, the ministry would more than willing to put something in the budget, depending on your approval in the House.
Yes,
so we provide the funds, we execute.
Yes, but don't depend on EU. If
Honorable member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Minister help us to understand what type of initiative that you are thinking of bringing to the National Assembly? Can you help us to understand what type of support you intend to give to the people of Basse constituency, the youths? What is in your mind? What do you want to do there?
It has to be planned by the ministry in accordance with the fisheries policy and the act. So here now I cannot say exactly what are the plans that we will have for the Basse youths.
Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister not start thinking within rather than outside, so that our youths in Basse or our people in Basse can also have access to fishing?
Yes, I have just said that under the 2023 budget, we will put something for the youth, not only for Basse, but all over the country, as far as the fisheries sector is concerned. It depends on what you approve for the ministry in that regard.
Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think if I heard you well, you did mention that you are yet to put up a plan for the young people of Basse in order for them to be engaged in fishing activities. If that is so, and you also said that you will be submitting a budget at the end of 2023. If that is so, when do you want to kickstart developing a roadmap or a feasible plan that would help to address the unemployment of our young people in the aqua industry? Thank you.
I believe the last part of the question, Mr. Speaker, is a new question completely. I said to the question whether I have immediate plan, I said no, I don't have any immediate plan for the youth of Basse. But if we receive the support that we are supposed to get from the EU, we'll be able to consider the youth of Basse. That's exactly what I have said. Yes, currently the ministry is engaged and engaging all stakeholders to review the strategic plan for the fisheries sector and also the policies of the fisheries sector. So this will be able to accommodate use of the country, not only in aquaculture, but even in artisanal fishing.
Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think the national budget is a program-based budget. Did you budget, or are you ready to budget the youth of Basse constituency in the national budget for the betterment of the project?
We are ready to budget for the whole sector, not only for the youth of Basse. If it is a decision I would have taken to my own constituency where I come from, that's Sandu. But we are involved in planning for the whole nation, and not for singly for Basse constituency alone.
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister said 3 times to 3 questions whether the issue of fisheries for youths in Basse will be included in the budget. 2 other people asked, and he said they will put it in. It's left to us to approve or not to approve. Members, we now move to question number 028 of 2022. Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, in 2020, the former Minister of Fisheries and Water Resources, in response to a parliamentary question, did inform this August Assembly that work be done at the Brikama Fish Market to improve its condition before the end of December 2020. However, work has not commenced in the said market. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly when the said work will begin?
Mr. Speaker, I tried to go back to the records to get the question in relation to the work that is supposed to be done by December 2020, and unfortunately, I did not find it, but I believe it may be related or it includes the drainage system of the Brikama Fish Market, which was supposed to be connected to an intended drainage system for the whole of Brikama, which up to this moment could not be implemented. Secondly, due to lack of funding from our development partners, that's Japanese aid, that's called JICA, was not available as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, early this year, we received experts from Japan who funded the Brikama Fish Market. They went and assessed the whole market, and going back to Japan, and we are expecting results from them as soon as possible. And as soon as we secure funds, we will be able to address that issue once and for all. I can inform the member that Brikama Market is one of the top priorities. The fish market in Brikama is top priority of the projects that we submitted to the Japanese authority. And recently, when I launched the water supply in Faraba Banta, jointly with the Japanese ambassador, the Brikama Fish Market is one of the top priority projects that I personally insisted that they assist in assisting in the implementation of that project in the Brikama Fish Market.
Yes, Honorable Minority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are expecting funding from the Japanese regarding the work at Brikama Fish Market, as you put it, as soon as possible. Maybe that timing is very vague. What immediate support or assistance for in the meantime that you can provide to Brikama Fish Market, as the condition of the market is in a very bad condition?
As the honorable member may be aware, at some point during the beginning of the rainy season, the situation was very pathetic, and I visited there personally, and I instructed the management committee to make available the use of a septic tank emptier each day to be able to empty about 16,000 liters of waste from that septic tank. And as of now, I'm happy to inform the House that at the level of the ministry, we are trying to secure a septic tank emptier for the use of the Brikama Fish Market and also the one for the backwater fish market.
Is that septic tank emptier in possession as at now? If no, how soon will it be in possession?
We have just commenced the procurement process with the GPPA, and then we are going to invite interested bidders to make submissions towards the...
Thank you, Honorable Minister and Honorable Member. We now have the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think you made a giant move, but my concern is what is the relationship between your ministry and Brikama Area Council to see to it that hygiene is put in place. The place is so filthy. If you go there, it's not in fact habitable for people there, and their health is my concern. How do you work with the Area Council?
For the ministry and Brikama Area Council, the relationship is cordial. We are trying to establish a management committee that comprises the Brikama Area Council and that of the fish market, like in the case of the Bakwene Fish Market, which is jointly managed by KMC and the management at the fish market there. Once that is done, it will be a collective responsibility.
Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, do you have any strategic time frame for the availability of the fund in order to chip in to address this problem of the fish market?
The availability of the funds provided by the funding agency. They've provided the funds for the establishment of that fish factory, and they are showing interest to make sure that the works are done and completed before not too long. Not too long.
Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, we've all been to this particular site, and it is in a very terrible state. Would you be willing to have a physical visit to the place so that you witness it the way we witness it, so that maybe out of that you may be able to have better ideas?
I think I've just stated that I visited the place and I gave some directives.
Thank you very much. Yes, we now go to question number 029 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources explain to this August Assembly why the community of Balangar, Jahawar, Genji cluster in Lower Salem constituency are still without potable drinking water, despite the promising made by the ministry 6 years ago to provide them with boreholes?
Mr. Speaker, the work on the water supply on those two clusters are ongoing. If the honorable member would maybe confirm that the drilling of the borehole in those two clusters have been completed, and as at now, the process of installation and distribution of the system has commenced. And before June 2020 or June 2020, the systems will be fully operational.
You mean 2020? Maybe it's another thing. Honorable Minister, yes, I confirmed the Jaharu one and Balangar. That was when it was 2020 when it was drilled. But still now, the lane of pipes are yet to be done. Nothing absolutely, only the drills that they have already made, and they need this water.
I think the honorable member had to appreciate that these were all funds either from the Japanese grant that's called JICA. They are funding 27 clusters countrywide, and they have stated they will be doing the drilling, and they will, award the contracts, the laying of the pipes, the installation and the distribution of the water system, which they have commenced. And I have just said that on the 8th of July, myself and the Japanese ambassador inaugurated the project implementation in Kombo, is it Farababanta? So the work is ongoing. Maybe you have just started, and they will get to wherever they have these balls drilled.
Are you in a position to tell me that the entire names that are listed here, they are all on the Japanese project? And when this borehole are going to be consumed of drinking? Because we are long waiting since 2016.
It's Jahau, Mandinka, and the Fula. That's on the JICA. And the one for Balangar cluster is under the ADB project. That's within the 103 bores that we are supposed to drill, and the drilling has already been completed. Now we have just completed the tender process for the installation and distribution system, and it has the successful bidders have been submitted to the ADB for a no objection. And once we have it, we'll sign the contract with the contractors will award the contract to the contractors to commence their work.
Honorable Member for Nyamina East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. I think part of my question has already been answered. This is a borehole that was digged in CRR, in places like Nyamina East, and the member for Lower Salum and has also alluded about some villages that was affected. And since when these boreholes were dug, it's the status of it's still on standstill. What mechanisms do you have in place? Because there are villages in my constituency. When you go there, the only thing that they ask for is water, and they are affected seriously. And some of these boreholes are dug in those villages. Thank you.
There are two phases of the implementation of these water projects. First is the drilling of the boreholes, and the second phase is the connection under the distribution system in the cluster areas. And the tender process have just been concluded. The successful bidders have been sent to the ADB, which is the funding agency, for a no objection. And once we have received the no objection, the contracts will be awarded to contractors.
Very much, Honorable Minister. I mean, I think that's the second time or the third, that is the second or so question on this particular issue. I don't know whether sometimes we are not listening or what. Honorable Member for Woodley East. Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, understanding that life is water, and I believe you also understand that it is very important to have such a project implemented and finished as soon as possible. My question is, what is the timeline in terms of finishing the project and hand it over to the people? Because like I said, life is water, more particularly access to clean water. So when are you going to finish the project and hand it over? Thank you.
By June 2023.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 030 of 2022, member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, the inhabitants of Lower Badibu North are grappling with lack of potable drinking water for both humans and domestic animals. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources tell this August Assembly how soon would government provide adequate water supply to the people of Lower Badibu North?
Good question, and I'd like to assure my son, the member for Lower Badibu, and also all the children for all the Badibu, Lower to Upper Badibu, that their father is now the minister responsible for water resources, and I will make sure that they have adequate water supply. Yes, to that, Mr. Speaker, I said Njawara and Ker Ardo, which are also on the south of Lower Badibu, have already been provided with potable water supply. And in addition to that, under the ADB project, where we are providing 103 clusters with boreholes, the community of Toroba will also benefit. We already drilled the borehole with the tender that's been sent for a no objection at the ADB. As soon as that is secured, we will install the system, which will also work latest June 2023.
Thank you very much, my grandpa. A follow-up question. Should I said to you, the people of Jawara are still crying for clean water, would you believe me? As well as the people of Paneba. As I am speaking to you, the people of Paneba are completely without water.
So, like I said, in most of our tours with the president, Meet the People's Tour, the communities that water was provided for were small communities at the time. And with time, they have expanded. And the water system is not enough for them, it's not adequate for them. But the government will do everything possible to be able to go with the expansion so that each and every member, particularly the people from Badibu, will be provided with potable water supply.
Thank you so much. I will make a follow-up to you in your office.
Mr. Speaker, under this
Honorable Minister, you can go ahead.
Projects, the requirement is for the communities also to secure maintenance fund accounts. And as at now, while the implementation is going on the JICA project, we are facing with that problem. I will want to appeal to members in whoever's constituency that they also appeal to the people of that constituency to make available those accounts so that we can also put pressure on the funding agency to be able to implement those projects. Without that, we have problems. You remember, as members of National Assembly, even projects that have been undertaken by government, there is always a counterpart funding from the central budget. So please talk to your constituencies so that we will be will be compliant and the funding agencies will have no cause to delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we've just concluded the Honorable Minister for Fisheries. We thank him for ably answering our questions and made a lot of promises that we hope will be fulfilled. I thank all honorable members who asked questions and those who listened. Honorable Clerk, can we move on now?
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Can we invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice? Honorable members, we now have question number 024 of 2020. Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice furnish this august body how the properties of former President Jammeh were disposed of or administered? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Following the submission in March 2019 of the report of the Jammeh Commission, His Excellency the President, in line with Section 203 of the 1997 Constitution, published in September 2019 comments on the report in the form of a government white paper, accepting almost all the recommendations of the Commission. The white paper was also gazetted. The President established a ministerial task force comprising ministers of justice, local government and lands, tourism and culture, and agriculture to, among other things, determine what actions to be taken in respect of the forfeited properties of the former President Jammeh and his close associates as recommended by the Commission. that is, to decide on what properties were to be disposed, by sale, or retain for other government use, and to generally handle pending third-party claims against some of the said properties. Another interministerial task force was simultaneously established at the technical level to advise the ministers on their decisions. It comprised the Solicitor General and the permanent secretaries at the Ministries of Finance, Local Government and Lands, Tourism and Culture, and Agriculture. The ministries constituting the task force were selected based on relevance, starting with the Ministry of Justice, which has overall responsibility for the assets recovery process, the Ministry of Local Government and Lands, which naturally deals with land matters in the country, and a substantial number of the properties forfeited were state lands, while other properties are situated in the TDA or are agricultural lands, hence the inclusions of the Ministries of Tourism and Agriculture. In July 2019, based on the recommendations of the Commission, Alpha Capital Advisory, a reputable local chartered accountancy firm, was appointed to take over from Augustus Prom, another reputable local accountancy firm. The latter was the receiver my predecessor appointed when the said assets were frozen by the High Court pursuant to the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2012. Alpha Capital Advisory was thereafter instructed to liquidate the properties identified for sale by the Interministerial Task Force. The Ministerial Task Force, that is Justice, Lands, Tourism and Agriculture, had initially identified for sale 44 properties belonging to the former president and 15 properties that belonged to the Baba K. Job, which were forfeited to the state after his conviction in 2004, but taken over by President Jammeh, and 7 properties that belonged to General Solbaji, all mainly in the Greater Banjul area and the West Coast region. 11 properties were identified for possible government use. The task force did not take a decision on some other properties pending an inspection of the properties. The list of properties to be sold, together with the evaluation for each of the properties commissioned by the Janneh Commission, was shared by the Ministry of Justice with Alpha Capital for the initiation of the sale process. All the said properties were inspected, identified, and pictures taken of them. The properties were to be sold by way of closed bids. Guide prices were then established through a revised evaluation of these properties. This was conducted by independent professional valuer with support from the representatives of the Department of Lands and Serif Division of the High Court, who had prepared the initial valuation at the instance of the Commission. The services of a web design company were engaged to create a website called www.trusty.gm, which was used to advertise the assets to be sold. The information uploaded included pictures of the assets, their descriptions, dimensions, and guide price. Bidding forms and copies of the newspaper advertisement were also uploaded on the website. Due to the large number of properties identified for sale, the properties were to be sold in phases. The properties were also advertised in the local newspapers as follows. Phase 1, 4th September, with a deadline of the 18th September 2019 at 4 p.m. Phase 2, 7th October, with a deadline of 25th of October 2019 at 12 p.m. And Phase 3, 18th November, with a deadline of 2nd December 2019 at 2 p.m. To attract a wider range of bidders, especially for the international participation, the advertisements were uploaded on the website that I referred to earlier, www.trusty.gm. Bidding forms were also available at the reception of designated address for potential buyers to submit their bids at the said office. A formal letter sent to the successful bidder, which detailed the property, bid amount, and 7 days deadline for payment. Delays and/or challenges encountered by the purchasers were always brought to the attention of the Attorney General. In some instances, purchases were cancelled and refunds made to some purchasers. For instance, the purchaser of Hamza Barracks was refunded his money after a decision was made to retain the property for government use. Purchaser of number 26 Buckle Street was also refunded his money after withdrawing his offer based on financial constraints. The purchaser of Yundum Citro products was refunded his money due to delay in facilitating their confirmation of the land's dimension. This land is being partially used by the Gambia National Army. For properties sold but with occupants, adequate eviction notices of at least 6 months were issued to the occupants to vacate properties so that the purchasers can take vacant possession. The phases. The sale of 32 properties was conducted in 3 separate phases as follows. Phase 1, which is 4th September with a deadline of September 18, 2019 at 4 p.m., 14 properties were sold. Number 78 and 78B of Daniel Goddard Street, number 13 Davidson Carroll Street, former Picton Street, 15 Dobson Street, 73A OAU Boulevard, 64 OAU Boulevard, 3 Daniel Goddard or Hagan Street, 57A Daniel Goddard or former Hagan Street, 18A Dobson Street, 61 Daniel Goddard Street, 60 Daniel Goddard Street, number 2 Fitzgerald Street, 72 Gloucester Street, and 13 William Cole or Grant Street. Phase 2, 7th October with deadline of the 25th of October 2019 at 12 noon. 6 properties were sold. 16 Caraba Avenue, Bakau CFRO, 18 Yarambamba Estate, 85 Yarambamba Estate, 300 Brewfoot Gardens, 381 Brewfoot Gardens, Paradise Estate, plot 211. Phase 3, 18th November with deadline of the 2nd December 2019 at 2 p.m., 12 properties were sold. 34 Liberation Avenue, Banjul, Brewfoot Heights B, Carniving Industrial Estate Garage, Kersering located on Senegambia Junction, Kersering located off Kersering Sanchaba Road, Kololi Village located off Batil Hardin Highway, Bakau Newtown, 421 Kotu West Layout, Kotu Extension Layout on the main Palmarima Kololi Road, Sinchualaji Garden on the Combo Coastal Road, Yundum Jabang Street at the rear of Paradise Estate, and Gam Veg. Other properties disposed are the Feature Lake Building at Kotu, Jamme Sears in Comium, Sears at Gam Petroleum, and properties and other assets being managed by the receiver and trustee include the Sindola Resort at Kanilai, Kanilai Bakery at Caraba Avenue, the Green Industries at Yundum International Airport, the Jamme Lezo Boat Station at Denton Bridge, and Jamme Sears at GT Bank. Above are the current state of affairs as regards how Jamme properties were managed. Thank you.
Honorable member, no supplementary?
Thank you very much.
From the honorable member himself, I mean.
Yes, please.
Please. Honorable members, if you are the questioner, when you question and answers is answered, if you have any supplementary, don't wait for me, just pose your supplementary question.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you gave the composition of different departments and different ministries that we are tasked to assess the properties of the former president and to put them on sale. And you've also indicated that the advertisements were made for the sale of these said properties. If I am to put to you that the sale of these said properties were not made public, what's going to be your take on that?
I didn't get the question in what you said, because I had an earlier ruling by the speaker that a put is not what you do here. You ask a question. So what is the question?
The question is, you've indicated that the sales of the said properties were made public. You've made advertisements for the said properties to be put on sale. If I am to put to you that the advertisements were not done for the said properties, what's going to be your take on that?
Well, my take is you are entitled to your opinion. My briefing is to the effect that this was done publicly. So I don't know where you're basing your information on.
This is the information I have. So to have the clarification from you, this is why I put the question before you.
I repeat, my briefing is these sales took place exactly as I reported. If there is any contrary position, I don't know and I can't answer that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now have the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister. I want to ask this question to you. Wadna Garden around the Denton Bridge. Currently, there's a tussle going on between the occupants and the military. And 2 soldiers are already posted in that garden. What is the state of that garden? And do the military has a right, as you've alluded, that it's not part of the sales properties currently as per the list, to send soldiers and control all the activities that are going on there? What is your take?
I do not have information about Wadna Garden, so I will defer my response to your question and I can find out. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Minister. I did not hear the mention of the Central Abattoir Abuko, that I was one time a manager there. So I don't know this property is now under the management of who and how is the transmission?
The Central Abattoir in Abuko was decided that it will not be sold. It's retained by the state and it has been handed over to the Ministry of Agriculture.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General, for your wonderful presentation. I just have a question. The Alpha Capital Advisory, how were they appointed? Was it a competitive bid or they were just, it was just single source to them, the process?
My information is, I think as I stated in the written text, is a decision was approved by the Ministerial Task Force to appoint them and to replace the earlier interim appointment of Augustus Prom. The process in detail, whether it was advertised or whatever, I am not privy to that for now, for immediate answer.
Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for actually being with us all these days. My question here is, will it be possible to have a list of all the seized properties and as well as those that are sold? And apart from that, I also want to know from your ministry
Honorable
how
Member,
much was generated.
Honorable Member,
Yes, sir.
you can only ask a question at a time.
You are limited by your own rules, eh? All right. The full list, if asked properly, we can provide it. If it is formally requested, we can look at the modalities of providing this. Yes.
Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, we made mention of list of property that has been sold. Can you inform this August Assembly the number of properties that are not sold? If so, the ones that are not sold and they are used by the government?
I don't have that information on top of my head because that would require some checking to get that figure. We can look at that. The number of properties that are yet to be sold and are still within state custody, yes, we can look at that. But I need to hasten to say the Commission recommended further investigations, and those investigations are going on, and more properties are being discovered.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 025 of 2022. Honorable member for Lower Salum.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice tell August Assembly the efforts of the Ministry and the other relevant stakeholders to ensure the effective implementation of the Rent Act?
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this was the question that my colleague was struggling to respond to, that is Minister for Local Government. Honorable Speaker, we can assure honorable members that the Rent Act 2014 is being fully implemented and is in force. At the moment, we have magistrates presiding over the Rent Tribunal, which has expedited the hearings of rent cases. Prior to the amendment, it was a panel of 3, which caused delays in most of the areas. So it's fully been implemented. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that information. Honorable Minister, the way the rent is being collected by Gambians, can you see holistically a check on the financial asset? Because you can list a land for a particular amount, but every year you are entitled to pay $250 for rent fee. But what you are charging per apartment or house is more than what you are paid in government covers. What is your stake on that?
So if I understand you, is a lament regarding the excessive charges of rent prices in the country? Yes, we are aware of this, and as a government, we are very concerned about the continuous cry of tenants over the high price of rent charges. So this is being considered, whether it would require a different legislation or a review of the existing Rent Act. However, we know we are operating in a free market economy, so rent was also probably presumed to be a free market commodity where somebody offering the property freely and a willing tenant. However, there is a popular call now that the rent industry need to be regulated. So we are studying that option because as a government, we need to respond to the needs of the population. So it's being studied, and whatever policy position we take, you will get to know about it very soon.
Thank you. Going back to the single servants, they are paying huge amount of money in rent. Yes. Going back to the single servants, they are paying huge amount of money on rent. Yes, and the salary scales is very poor.
Honorable member, do you have any? Honorable members, we have the honorable member for Brikama North and minority leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the Rent Tribunal, is the operation decentralized? If so, which regions?
I know we have one in Kanifing. I really don't want to make a mistake because this is an August Assembly, as we always repeatedly say in your questions. I don't want to misinform the Assembly. But I know there is a deliberate effort to decentralize some of these services by the judiciary. It's not directly under me because the Rent Tribunal is a structure under the judiciary. So I will have to find out. My intuition is I think Brikama should have one by now. But if not, I take your question to mean that we should do something to take the service closer to the people, and we will bring this to the attention of the judicial authorities to make sure that the services of the rent tribunals are expanded and brought closer to the people. Thank you.
Honorable member for Old Joshua. For Joshua, consequence. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, based on the rent tribunal, are there any measures in preparing a tariff for these rent charges? A tariff for these rent charges?
Not to my knowledge. I think I attempted to answer that. I don't think it is regulated, to the best of my knowledge, but there is a loud cry from the citizenry that this sector needs to be regulated. So as a government, we are looking into that.
Honorable Member for Old Yundum.
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw. I think it's a similar question to what he asked. Thank you.
Honorable, we now go to question number 026 of 2020. Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Justice, for your presence here. The question reads, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice inform this August Assembly the level of implementation of the TRRC report? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you, Honorable Speaker. The white paper presents government's proposed implementation plan and is unprecedented in its scope and content. Out of over 265 recommendations made by the Commission, the government made only 2 outright rejections and leaving the rest of the recommendation earmarked for implementation in one form or another. An implementation rate of over 90% of all recommendation is unprecedented in the history of truth commissions, and we now have a clear roadmap towards reconciliation, justice, reparation, and ensuring non-recurrence. The government plans to hold a national stakeholder conference to deliberate on the post-TRRC implementation. The government lays a special emphasis on the TRRC's recommendations on SGBV and recognizes that SGBV was and continues to be widely prevalent in the Gambia. In this light, government is committed to investing more on research, education, sensitization and outreach, training and behavioral change, and psychosocial support to address SGBV, particularly for vulnerable communities. Of the particular concern to government is the alarming number of enforced disappearances that occurred under the direction of the former President Jammeh, and the continuation of suffering of families who up till this day are unaware of the whereabouts of their loved ones or their remains. The government is committed to working with key partners in finding the bodies of victims of enforced disappearances and bringing closure to their families. The government takes cognizance of the fact that reparations are a central part of the reconciliation process and is committed to ensuring life-transforming reparations are provided to victims of these human rights violations. The Ministry of Justice has, after consultative process with the victims across the regions, commenced the process of drafting the Victims' Compensation Bill that will put in place an independent body whose sole responsibility will be to disperse the funds that will be put into the Victims' Fund. This independent body will also be given the power to review the cases of other victims that were not opportune to be heard by the Commission. The process has so far been victim-led, and we are committed to working with the victims and victim-led organizations in the completion of this process. The government also plans to renovate the Arch 22, which will be renamed Never Again Memorial Arch, and erect a plaque with names of victims of Jammeh regime. It is our hope that this memorial may be repurposed as a fitting reminder that never again shall we allow such heinous abuses and violations of our beloved country, in our beloved country. The implementation, as outlined in the white paper, will be transparent and inclusive with clear timelines and measurable outcomes. We have been given a unique opportunity to change the trajectory of our dear nation, and posterity will judge us all by our actions. We recognize that the integrity of the implementation process is anchored on the men and women driving the process. In that light, we know that certain individuals who have been adversely mentioned by the Commission continue to serve in various areas in the public and security services. Government has taken steps and written to the different offices for their immediate suspension from service, while we work on a lawful means to effect their dismissals, termination, or compulsory retirement as the case may require. As earlier mentioned, the government places great importance on justice and accountability for human rights violations committed during the regime of ex-President Jammeh. The Ministry of Justice will set up a special prosecution division to be headed by a special prosecutor. The division will have investigative and prosecutorial authority over all the offenses recommended for prosecution by the TRRC. Finally, the government intends to create a special judicial framework within our domestic court system for the prosecution of perpetrators. Legislative changes will be effected to give effect or give jurisdiction over the offenses of torture as well as jurisdiction for over international crimes. The court shall be located within the Gambia with the option of holding sittings in other jurisdictions based on the exigencies of each case. This option will balance the need to prioritize local ownership and victim participation in the security concerns and witness protection requirement. The government has an unwavering commitment to working with victims and victim-led organizations and CSOs in the implementation of the TRRC report as set out in the white paper, with a view to ensuring reconciliation and national healing, accountability and justice for victims of gross human rights abuses and violations, SGBV, the provision of reparation for victims, broad institutional reforms, and ensuring non-recurrence. This is the written response that I prepared and my team. But in summary, like I hinted yesterday when responded to a similar question, we are very busy now translating the recommendations into a program of action and a strategy that is fully costed, for which, as we speak, we are currently launching recruitments for some experts to support the ministry to make sure that this program and strategy are developed and implementation can start. So for those that we don't require such expertise, we have started. Interim reparations were meant to be paid during the course of this year. We're still committed to that. We are working with the victims to make sure that once we have a mechanisms that we all agree on, government will release some funds for some form of payments to be done to victims. Their bill 2 is now with the drafting department at the MOJ. Hopefully very soon we'll get it validated, and it is our hope that your next session, we will bring the victims bill for it to be passed during the course of this year. So the rest of it are taking their normal course in the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any? No, the honorable member who posed the question, no supplementary. No, I mean,
No
no supplementary.
Yes.
Now, the time or not.
Very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. What reparation measures do you have in place as a priority for the continuous suffering of families who have their loved ones disappeared?
Well, as I hinted in the written text, for those whose loved ones have disappeared, our immediate priority is to assist locate the disappeared persons, or at least their remains, and so that, you know, their families will have the opportunity of granting them a dignified kind of final rights, and it will bring a closure to their pain. Because if you have a loved one that is missing, even if you are certain that the person have died, there is still a gap. If there is a possibility to find the remains of the disappeared person, that is what is best for the families. Some of you who've been following the TRRC, some excavations took place in Yundum Barracks, and some remains were recovered. But identification requires some forensic capability, which we do not have in the country here. So my ministry is working with some international organizations who are willing to support us to do this identification of the remains that have been found so far, and those that have not been found. There are some suspected sites that have been earmarked, but we would need forensic expertise and assistance to be able to start this process of trying to locate the remains of the missing ones. Of course, that is one aspect, but other than finding the remains of their loved ones, they are all going to benefit from the overall monetary compensation that is being allocated to almost all victims. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, during your deliberation, you have stated that the government has outright rejected 2 of the recommendations. Outright. So does that really mean there are orders that are not either outright rejected or accepted? Thank you very much.
Yes, quite right. That's a good one. Yes, there are some that were not an absolute no. And so that means their acceptance were contingent on some other conditionalities. So there are some recommendations that government cannot even implement on its own. So we accept it subject to, for instance, if you recommend for a given professionals, a professional like me, a legal practitioner, or a professional like, let's say, a medical practitioner, there are recommendations where you say the person's practicing certificate should be cancelled. The person should be stopped from practicing the profession. The state cannot do that. That person belongs to a profession. If it is a lawyer, there is a general legal counsel that is responsible of giving those licenses and ensuring that they have their code. And so we refer those things to those kind of bodies for decision. And we don't have a control over the decision of their professional bodies. So we can accept, but we will say we accept, but we will refer. There may be situations where recommendations are made. We accept them, but there are gray areas. So government said we accept, but we will look into it. And those are some of the few instances where we say there could be few recommendations that we did not straight out say yes, but we are not also saying no. There are some where you straight away say no, which are only 2.
Honorable Member for Tumanna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister of Justice, do you know some people or victims are complaining that TRRC has intentionally or unintentionally sidelined them, making them not to accept or appreciate TRRC? And what do you have for them?
Yes, I'm aware of that. Some wrote to me, some came to my office for meetings. And yes, we recognize the fact that the TRRC operated within a timeline, and within this time frame, they could not have seen or identified every victim of a violation. So in that regard, you will see it in the bill when it comes here. I have directed that in that bill, the agency that we are creating will have an additional latitude to be able to receive fresh applications who claim to be victims. And of course, they will have their objective criteria of assessing whether you fall within the category of a victim or not, because we don't want to sort out anybody. To say that anybody who didn't appear before the TRRC or you were not registered with TRRC, you are not a victim. Victimhood is not defined by whether you appeared before TRRC or not. Victimhood is defined by what happened to you. So if you can prove that something happened to you and you meet the criteria of being a victim, of course, the door is not closed. They will be assessed. And if that independent entity formed a logical conclusion or a reasonable conclusion that they were truly victims, they will benefit from whatever any other victim will benefit from.
Honorable Member for Shame.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, we learned that the first disbursement was 50 million. How many of these victims benefited from this?
I can look for the statistics, but that 50 million was not administered by government. It was administered by the TRRC directly. It was paid to TRRC Reparation Fund, and they administered it before they closed. But of course, if you're strictly interested in the statistics, we can provide that. Yes.
Thank you. Now, may I call on nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, during your deliberation, you did talk about the implementation plan. So, may I ask, how does the Peace Commission fit? Whether it fits within the jurisdiction of the Minister of Finance, or it will be administered by the National Human Rights Commission, the Peace Commission. Yeah.
The Ministry of Justice is leading the issues of the Peace Commission, but of course it forms part of the overall recommendation. This could make it probably, I can link it to the concern that he is here today. I think it was Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sapiki last night or early hours of this morning, because I don't know at what hour was the contribution. Or somebody, one Honorable Member was concerned about the sectors, the sectorization of the implementation. This cannot be avoided because the white paper, the TRRC recommendation that were accepted are broad and cross-cutting. So there is no doubt for some of them, the sectors that have the competent expertise will have to lead. So the Peace Commission, it is the Interior Ministry that is leading it. But of course, they will also be ones leading the prison reform because it's their ministry and so on. But the overall coordination, we will be setting up a committee that will be monitoring and coordinating. It's like a steering committee for the TRRC implementation, which will be multi-sectoral. But specifically, the Peace Commission is Ministry of Interior.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of oral question for the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Clerk.
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you very much. May I now call on the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, question number 0101-2022 by the member for Combo East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports update this August Assembly on the status of the delayed Kafuta football field project?
Good evening, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Member for Gombo East. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry is fully aware of the delay, which is purely the fault of the contractor. The Ministry has been making frantic efforts over the months by way of in-person visits to the site, meeting with the contractor and the consultant, and writing of cautionary letters to the contractor, but yet he kept on failing his promises and renewed deadlines. Eventually, we had to amend the contract through the assistance of the Attorney General Chambers in a view to ensure the project is completed. Unfortunately, there was failure again. After the elapse of the last deadline, which was on August 15, 2022, the Ministry has forwarded the matter to the Attorney General Chambers for legal advice on contract termination and taking legal action against the contractor.
Honorable Speaker, may I put it to the Honorable Minister that, may I ask, sorry, in the event that this thing is considered to be a default in the execution of the contract from the contractor's side, what will be the fate of the people of Kafuta in respect to the completion of their football field as in the time they expected this thing to do, because they are young and they need to be refreshing themselves in the football pitches?
Honorable Speaker, we are, as a ministry, we are committed to completing the project. Because from the beginning, the idea is to ensure that the people of Kafuta and those in Combo East have access to a better football field, or a mini stadium like it is called. Unfortunately, like I said, the contractor has failed. But that notwithstanding, as of the last time we had a report from the consultant, he was 80%, there was 80% completion. So we have to believe that over the last months, he might have made some improvements over it. So what will be left would be very minimal. And the fact that we still have a pending payment, which is supposed to be done once he completes the project, if we are able to get an advice to terminate the contract, that will simply mean we will try to recover whatever is the deficit between what he has done and what has been paid, and utilize the funds that are left with us to complete the work. So you can be assured that work would definitely be completed. But let me also add that the contractor is still working, just that he is moving at a pace that is unacceptable, and that is beyond the agreement that we have done. But either way of them, the work will definitely be completed.
Honorable Speaker, may I ask the Honorable Minister if he is aware that myself and the contractor, together with the consultant, we made a visit to the site. We were able to detect that even the work that has been made within the football field, like the roofing and others, are not to standard. And the consultant instructed him to change those corrugated iron sheets and other things. Are you aware that those are the situations? And in that, can you advise this August Assembly as to what stage after our visit, what stage will you be rating the stages of the works at this at the football field?
Honorable National Assembly member, no, I am not aware that you had a visit with the consultant. And I guess the understanding of a consultant is the one who is supposed to ensure that the contractor does exactly what is in the specification of the contract. So if any reason he visits that place and realizes that what is in the specification and the type of corrugate that he is using is different, it is definitely his responsibility to ensure that the contractor changes and put in what is agreed. Now, yes, we do visit there myself. Like I said, I've been there personally on official visit. I've been there on private visits. The last one was about 3 weeks ago. But I am not in a position to be able to detect what you have seen. So if the contractor has instructed him to change, I believe he would definitely change and put what is supposed to be there. But like I said, either one of those things, our commitment still remains that the Kafuta football field should be completed, and we will definitely do our best in line, in collaboration with the consultant, to ensure that what is done is right. Again, the consultant is the go-between, the ministry and the contractor. So we would depend on him to guide us through to ensure that what is expected is completed.
Yeah. Thank you. The honorable member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister inform this August gathering the status of the mini stadiums currently under construction and the slated date for their delivery to beneficiary communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the situation of Sandu is similar to that of Kafuta, and the same thing in Janjambure. It's unfortunate, like I said, these contractors have not done what is expected of them. and over the months, it's been a struggle between us and them. And in the end, it's the same, because when we wrote to the Minister of Justice, we wrote to them for all of them, for all the contractors that have delayed. And like I said, we're waiting for that legal advice, and whatever applies to Sandu or to Kafuta would be the same thing for Sandu and for Janjanbureh.
May I now call on the honorable member for Latrikunda Savage.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I don't know if you can remember the percentage progress for the work, and also how much percentage have you guys disbursed to the contractor already, both by way of progress of the work and the percentage disbursement.
No, I'm not very sure about the exact percentage for all of them. I know about Kafuta because this question came in from Kafuta, so we know that the last time the consultant gave us a report, it was an 80% completion. But like I said, this was about 3 months ago, and between now and then, some work has happened. But I'm not very sure about Sandu. But in terms of payment, there is a milestone that is agreed, and the first payment was a 45% payment for them to start the work. And the second one is 35%, and then they're supposed to be paid at 10%, and then upon completion, they're going to be paid another 10%. So all of them have received their 45 and 35%. I think two of them, yes, all of them, except for this place, Fulabantan, but the rest definitely received their 45 and 35%. So that will be 70% payment.
May I remind honorable members that this particular question is specific to Kafuta. Now may I call on the honorable member for Tumana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, are you aware of the economic loss with youth that are without football fields, and which
honorable member. Honorable member.
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable member, please.
Let me put.
Please take your seat.
Okay.
May I now call on the honorable member for Birkama North and the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Your consultation with the AG Chambers, if I get you right, you were advised to terminate the contract, to take legal action against the contractor. If so, did you act accordingly? If no, why?
No, I said we have written to them to seek for legal advice, because the last deadline that they were supposed to submit was the 15th of August. So it was after the 15th of August that after failing the deadline, that's when we wrote to the Minister of, and this is like the second deadline. That's when we wrote to the AG Chambers. We are waiting for that legal advice from the AG Chambers.
Thank you. May I now call upon the honorable member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with regards to the project at Kafuta, you spoke about legal action to be taken, waiting for advice, and also the contractor is still at work, while also there is somebody called the consultant who is supervising the project. Can you, because a colleague asked about the percentage which is not yet known to you, can you tell us what are the plans in case you are advised to terminate, and also based on your payment, you have already paid almost 80% of the money is already been paid. There we cannot gauge the percentage of work currently now, because as you say, you are not aware. Can you ask the consultant to ask this guy to expedite the work, because already 80% already been paid, and if at all there is termination, it might be a loss to government. Can you tell him to expedite the work, please?
No, for Kafuta, like I said specifically, is the work completion was at 80% by the time we got our last report from the consultant, but the payment is 90% in terms of payment. Now, the issue of asking him to expedite the work is what we've been doing over time, because these projects were supposed to having handed over in December of last year. Now they failed and they gave reasons. It was understandable. There was a lot of rain at a particular time, lack of cement and all that. Then based on advice, we extended the contract to June. And then in June, they failed and then it was extended to August. So it's been negotiation upon negotiation, and we were convinced based on the information we got from the consultant that if we extend time for them, they would complete. But after 2 failures, we could no longer wait. And like I said, the communities have been deprived of their football fields for some of them, and you can't continue to be on and on for a long time. So, well, if they're able to complete it before we get the legal advice from AG Chambers, that would be great. But if they don't and we get the legal advice, then we definitely have to activate on the advice that we receive in the interest of the community and also the people that we serve.
Thank you. Question number 0102 of 2022 by the member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia is barred from hosting international football matches due to the poor status of the Independence Stadium. Could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports tell this August Assembly what plans are in place to address this situation?
Honorable National Assembly Member for Bakau, thank you. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia was banned from hosting international football matches due to the poor. Honorable Speaker, the government is committed to renovating the Independence Stadium to standard. However, what CAF requires is a complete modernization of the facilities of the stadium, including the replacement of the grass pitch, provision of individual seats on the pavilions, expansion and modernization of the change rooms, the medical room, the media room, the VIP rooms, and the floodlights, among several other requirements. The ministry therefore engaged the Ministry of Works to assist in the stadium assessment vis-a-vis the CAF required standard. I can report to the honorable members that after the assessment, the government allocated an initial funding to the ministry to the amount of 100 million. So far, there has been some work that has, the tendering process have been completed, and we are at the moment reviewing those who have done the bidding, and upon completion of that process, work will start at the stadium. And I can also add that currently the stadium has been closed as of 2 weeks ago in anticipation for the work that should start at the stadium.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Since CAF recommends the modernization of the stadium, don't you think it's proper to go in for a new stadium than to refurbish?
Honorable National Assembly Member, a new stadium is very exorbitant, to say the truth. And I don't think at the moment government have those funds to do that. Now, all the recent stadiums will cost you nothing less than $100 million to build a new stadium. If you take the example of our neighbor, Senegal here, their new stadium cost them 236 million euros. Now, that's how expensive a stadium is. So our intention, and it's for a short term, is to refurbish what we have and make it meet the CAF standard, and we continue to use it until, while of course we continue to work internally among ourselves and with our partners to see how best we can be able to get the required funds to build a new stadium. The land is there. What is not there is the funds to build a new stadium. But like I said, it's a huge investment to build a new stadium.
Thank you. The member for Olyundum and Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the question has been answered. My question was going to go in line with the long-term plan for having a new stadium, but he answered that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the member for Sandu.
I think I'm also in the same direction. I want to ask the same question as to government's plan in constructing a new stadium in the very short term. Yep.
Well, Honorable Member, like I said, the plans are there, the intention is there, so we will see how best we can work to build a new stadium. But of course, it's going to take a lot of efforts by the executive and the judiciary, or the legislature, sorry, to be able to get the required funding, either through local funds, if that's a possibility, or through a loan, or however we're going to arrange it. But there is a reason why so many African countries don't have it. It's expensive, but we are committed. And already we have started the negotiation. In the some few cabinet meetings ago, we talked about it, and the president has given instructions as to how we go about it. But it depends on, what we are going to get from our partners, and also when it comes to the National Assembly, how we will be able to get that loan to be able to make that possible. But there is already a design for a 30,000 capacity stadium, and the costing is there. And now we need to go into the next stage of trying to look for those funds.
Thank you. May I now call on the member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, you already have $100 million to put into the renovation of the stadium. In an event that this fund is not enough, what will be the other method of mobilizing the fund to complete the renovation? Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, you already told us that you have $100 million to renovate the stadium. I'm asking you, in an event that this fund, $100 million, is not enough, do we have any other plan, or is there any other means to mobilize the extra fund for completion? Thank you.
Well, Honorable National Assembly, I can tell you for sure that the 100 million is definitely not enough based on the assessment and what is required. Now, however, we are able to, based on the advice, the technical advice from the Ministry of Works, we are able to figure out what we can do to meet the standards, because the primary thing here is to meet the standards of CAF. So those are what I have listed, which is the individual seats, removing and replacing the pitch, demolishing the walls and ensuring that we expand our change room and modernizing it and all of that, the floodlights. So those are the things that we are going to do. The rest of it, in terms of the security of the area and the outside of it, those we can do later. But what we are sure now is, to start with what's available. Either way, there is an amount that we are working internally as an executive to see how best we can be able to get extra funds to be able to do the job. So before the end of the 6 months, which is the work period, government would be able to, well, hopefully will be able to get the required money to ensure that the work completes all of it at once. So it will be difficult to say for certain, but the intention is there to ensure that while work is going on, we mobilize more resources and do all of it together.
The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, since the assessment of the complete modernization of the stadium facility is on, and the initial $100 million, what part of the work is that fund intended for?
The part that is intended for is a list of things. But first is the pitch, because the grass we have now and the way it is considered to be an old fashion. So we need to change that and put either the hybrid type of grass, or we put the regular grass, but not what we have now. There's a new type of grass, I think they call it Bermuda grass. That's one. The second thing is the individual seats, because all of those pavilions, as we see them now, is just regular concrete. So CAF requires now that the whole pavilions, all the 4, need to be changed to individual seats. And then the VIP area needs to have VIP seats like this type of seats, And then, so that's one part. The other thing is the media room. If you go to the stadium, there's a place where the media will sit and give their commentary and other access. And that also has to be changed and equipped with some new items. And the change room is a smaller size. So they require that it has to be bigger than it is right now. So that's why I said that there's going to be some internal demolitions where we can expand the change room to Team A or the visiting team and the host team. And in addition to expanding the change room, each player is supposed to have your own seat for the players, and then where they hang their jerseys, and then you need to have a tactical board, quite a number of equipment that needs to be there, the massage table. And so that's what we're doing. And the last thing is the floodlight is supposed to come in the second one. The other thing is the medical room. So we're supposed to change the medical room and equip it with modern medical equipment. The AED, all of them, the ventilators and the oxygen, quite a number of things like a regular clinic or hospital will have. So those are some of the things that are required, and these are what we want to do now, and the rest of it will come. And of course, the CCTV cameras and the monitoring room, that also needs to have its own space. So these are what we want to do now. The rest would come later.
Thank you. The member for Janjamure.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to withdraw my question because it's already addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did make mention with regards to the project specifics as pertaining to the type of seats required for the pavilion area. So my concern is the stadium, the pavilion itself being a structure that weighs back to the 80s. Is it part of the project specifics, or what mode of maybe constructive measures in place in terms of the pavilions, as it's really dilapidated due to the fact that it's been way too long since the 80s, the structure itself? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Honorable, I think you need to repeat your question so that I can understand specifically.
Yeah, first of all, you mentioned with regards to the seating arrangements, right, as part of the required standards. I'm talking of the pavilion, the structure itself. It's been there since the 80s. So are there any mechanisms in place in terms of the rehabilitation of the structure itself? Yeah.
No, the current work we are doing is not a structural adjustment to what is already there. What we know is that the stadium has a lifespan, and it has not served its lifespan yet. So our belief, and based on even the advice we got from the embassy of the Republic of China, who did the work, is that in 2017, ending of 2017, they went there to do an assessment, and the stadium is still strong and formidable enough to serve its lifespan. So what we're doing is, like I said, the remodeling, but not necessarily the structure of the stadium.
Thank you. The member for Sandu.
Honorable Minister, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The stadium is 36 years old right now, and it is the only international sporting facility available to us as a country. Currently is under a ban to host international matches. And what late plans are there that a future reoccurrence of such is averted? Yep. Thank you.
Honorable National Assembly, that's exactly what we're doing, because I'm sure the fifth legislature will tell you that there has been the same issues before. Now, what used to happen is the ministry would normally support the stadium to do some cosmetic changes just to meet CAF requirement for one match, and then CAF will come inspect it and give you approval for just one match or two matches, like what happened to us last time when we were playing the AFCON qualifiers. For the last AFCON, the stadium was already under suspension, but the stadium management was able to do some little work, and then CAF came and inspected it and gave us approval to play the rest of the match and then put the ban back again. So what we're doing now is to avoid those piecemeal work by doing a remodeling, a complete remodeling and refurbishment of the stadium. So we believe that with what is going to happen now, once it is done, it will be a normal CAF stadium that can meet all the CAF requirements, and it will take us for the next 10 years or so until when we are able to get a stadium.
Thank you. Question number 0103 of 2022 by the member for Woodley West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Minister for Youth and Sports tell this August gathering what is the ministry's strategy plan for youth in rural Gambia, for example, Woodley West, including the creation of youth centers?
Honorable Speaker, the ministry strives to ensure that its program reaches young people everywhere in the country. This is demonstrated in many of our projects in youth empowerment and sports development. Additionally, the structure of the ministry is present in several ways in all regions and constituencies throughout the country. These structures include the National Youth Council, the National Sport Council. In addition, the NYSS recruitment of corps members covers all the regions of the country. Same is the young people who benefit from the needed training, as well as from the President International Award. Honorable Speaker, the award program of the President International Award is operational in every region. And for the first time, the award was able to decentralize its awarding ceremony and held it in all the regions under the supervision of the governors and the chiefs for the bronze and the silver level. Honorable Speaker, on youth centers, it can be confirmed that centers are found in rural Gambia. In the past 2 years, the National Youth Council, with support from IMVF and YEP, renovated the youth centers in Janjambure, in Pakalending, and Farafenye. This year, the National Youth Council constructed a youth center in Kaur, CRR North. Honorable Member, the Ministry will continue to engage other development partners in order to have more youth centers across the country, or where possible, using local funds.
Thank you.
No supplementary question from the... I now call on the member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you do mention regarding the questions, what plans, strategy plans you have for the youth within the country, more or less, of especially Basse or URR or Woodley. Yes, the youth sector, the youth centers, they are well established, and I can attest to that throughout the country there are youth centers. That's a good standard. But again, the sporting facilities, which it is really lacking, and I implore on you to work on these sporting facilities, because the Sport Council should come up with mechanisms, or it shouldn't be, or there shouldn't. So there's, in fact, there should be more initiative, because the sport levy, I was part of the people who initiated, or to be part of who initiated at the Sport Council when I was a council member.
Honorable Member, can you please?
Yes, I in fact want to observe.
Okay, sorry, council member.
Honorable Member.
Yeah,
Honorable Member, can you please ask a supplementary question? And in regards to his strategic plan for youth in rural Gambia.
Okay, let me go straight. Honorable Minister, what is the plans which the Sport Council have in improving the sporting facilities within the region, or at least trying to construct some of the sporting facilities within the region by the Sport Council?
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Basse. The plans are there. About 2 weeks ago, we just reviewed the ministry's new strategic plan. And in the plan, there is inclusion for refurbishment of youth centers and the construction or renovation of football facilities, or sports facilities in general. But again, like I mentioned last night or this morning, the challenge is always about funding. Because when you have the plans on paper and they are not accompanied with the required budgetary allocation, it's always very challenging. And this is what the ministry is facing. Now, our population is 60% young people, and the sports sector is one of the biggest engagements of young people. Unfortunately, that is not the perception that so many people have around here. It's the way we see sports as not being something important, as something that is, just do it when you're on your free time. And that's where the problem is. So until, as a country, as a government, we begin to recognize the positive impact that sports bring into our societies and the economic growth that it can bring, including even the reduction of crime rates and all these social vices we have, we're going to be in the same issues, have the plans but not have the funding. So you did mention earlier about the levy. The levy is coming, but that's where some of these things we're talking about is being funded from. The question is it adequate? And to give an example, for instance, when we were preparing for AFCON, the process alone of qualifying for AFCON, government spent $105 million just to qualify. After qualification, we spent more than $120 million, including all those flights, including hotel accommodation, match bonuses, camping allowances for all those training camps that they did. So that is expensive. That alone is way more than what is coming from the levy, excluding other sports, volleyball, and like somebody said yesterday, we are now the African champions in beach volleyball. It costs money to reach at that level. The same thing applies with athletics. So all of these things are expensive, and there's a lot of money going into that. So my appeal would be, again, to get the National Assembly to assist us, to find a way to get more support, and then these structures would come, so that we can be able to develop our sports at the grassroots level. Thank you.
The member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, I thank you for your presence. Honorable Minister, as per your strategic plan in youth development in the area of sport, most of the rural Gambia, what do you have as per plans, more so the belt region of Fonyi, if structures that you're talking of in independent building stadiums, what are your plans around that end? Thank you.
Honorable Member, actually, you're one of the beneficiaries of these modern state football fields or stadiums, because Buyam football field is currently being transformed into a very standard football field. I don't know when was the last time you went there, but last week? Oh, great. You saw the work there? Yes, it is. But yes, but again, it's one of those things that I just explained. But I think Buyam is definitely way ahead of all the others because he's almost done. The only thing left with him is the grass, the Bahama grass. But the buildings are ready, the fencing is done, and the perimeter fencing and all of that. So that's one of the things that is for Fonyi Councillor. And like I said, our intention is to be able to do more for the regions, for all the regions in the country, based on the availability of funds as we move.
May I now call on the Honorable Member for Kiang West. The member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, during your deliberation, you've cited the amount of funds spent on our AFCON qualification preparation and when the team went there. And this is a handsome money, more than 100+ million. in monetary terms, what has country gained back or what has come back to the ministry?
Honourable Minister, may I now call on the member for Woolly East.
Honourable Speaker, my question is not answered.
That is not related to the strategic plan for youths in the rural Gambia.
I can't hear you.
I said your question is not in order.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about a policy, kind of. Whether you have a strategic policy where you'll be able to, as you say, cover the whole country, but I believe it is in a piecemeal. So if it is in a piecemeal, how would the National Assembly know that, for example, in 2023, it should be these 3 districts that will have these structures? And then after that, is this 3? Is that the way you plan your thing? Because we are interested. Because, for example, if you go to Woodley, there is no such thing like a youth center or a stadium or something. Do you have a plan like that we can all look at and move together?
Honorable, yes. There is a strategy in place, and the strategy is to ensure that every region has one for a start. So that is why, at the minimum, of course, that's why we have, like I said, Kafuta in the Combos, and then Buyam in Fonyi, and then there is one in Kiang West, which is completed, the only one that's completed actually. And then in CRR, there is one in Janjambure in Fulabantang, and then in URR, there's one in Sandu. So that's how it is. Now, the intention was to also get the CRR North, and then NBR, and then KM, Kanifi municipality. So that was what the original plan is. So these ones are ongoing. The remaining 3, KM and North Bank and CRR, would be, CRR North in Kaur was supposed to be our next. So after we're done with those ones, then we will look into the other areas, of course, ensuring that there is spacing in between where the first one is and the second one is going to be located.
Thank you. The member for Tumanna.
Honorable Chair, I think I withdraw because my question was adequately and perfectly answered.
Thank you. Question number 0104 of 2022 by the member for Sanementre.
Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports confirm today's August Assembly if the Ministry owes the National Sports and Sports Council any money? If so, and if so, when will the Ministry settle the debt? Thank you.
Honorable National Assembly member, thank you. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry can confirm owing money to the National Sport Council. However, it is important to note that this was in early 2018. The Ministry came to know about, asking those of us who are there now, came to know about this after the NSC, which is the Sport Council, informed us as a result of an audit query. The Ministry will take the necessary action to repay the money in the soonest possible time.
Honorable Speaker, can the Honorable Minister tell the August Assembly how soon will you try to settle that debt? Can you give a time date?
Yeah, no, well, Honorable National Assembly member, it might be difficult to give a time frame, but it will definitely be anytime soon. It shouldn't be an issue. Like I said, we know about it recently when the audit query came, but it's not something that is undoable. We will definitely be able to pay. How soon? It will be difficult, but it will definitely be this year, before the end of the year.
The member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, can we know exactly how much is this amount of money you owe from?
Remember, can you please speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, thank you. Yes. Well, can we know exactly how much is this amount of money you owe from NSP and NSC? Thank you.
Yeah, according to records, it's at $300,000. Yeah. That's what we have.
Thank you. The member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, what activities did you went through for it to come up with this amount of money you owe to this institution?
Honorable National Assembly member, I'm definitely not very sure. Like I said, this was in some time early of 2018, according to the records, and I am not able to establish, neither is anyone there able to tell me exactly how the ministry happened to owe the Sport Council. I wouldn't know, definitely. It is not during our time, and neither me nor the PS or the DPS that are there currently were there at that time. But there is definitely a letter that was sent requesting for that money.
Thank you. May I now call on the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My questions have already been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the member for Basse.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, why this was under the carpet when in 2018 when I was also serving as a board member of the council?
Sorry, point of observation. Point of observation. The member has already asked a question.
Sorry, can you take a seat? Would you want to observe?
Honorable Minister, I still stand by my question. I said, how comes this was under the carpet? I did not realize whilst I was serving as a board member of the council.
Pastor, can you please take a seat?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the way you address us as honorable members is so uncalled for, I believe.
Honorable member, can you please switch off your mic?
The way you address us is so uncalled for, it's unacceptable. That's what I'm saying. And if it continues, you calling the assembly to a very nasty way. It's so uncalled for.
Honorable member. Honorable member. The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the National Sport Council must be very rich then. I would like to know whether it is normal in the ministry to borrow money from your line institution.
No, it is not normal, Honorable National Assemblyman. No, it's not. As far as I know, since I was appointed, there was no time that we request for monies for from the ministry. Now, in some instances, there might be activities that come from associations that maybe the ministry can ask the Sport Council to pre-finance, and then we would put it in the next whatever transfer we make. Those things do happen, but not necessarily to borrow money. That's I don't know whether that could be considered as borrow. Like I said, I'm not in a position to give the genesis of the whole thing because this was in 2018, and there is difficulty in explaining. But it's not normal, to make it simple.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That's does it for oral questions and oral answers for the Honorable Member for Youth and Sport. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Clerk.
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Minister, may I please invite you? Question number 031 of 2022 by the member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly whether there is any plan, whether his ministry has plans to build a bridge at Bustown Crossing Point to enable easy access and crossing to Bansang Hospital to avert accidents crossing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, the government of the Gambia is currently engaging interested partners for the design of the Bansang Bridge through public-private partnership PPP investment.
Any supplementary, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member? Any other supplementary? Question number 032 of 2022 by the member for Combo East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a high rate of fatal motor accident on the South Bank Road, mostly involving school-going children, due to overspeeding by drivers, among other factors. Would the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly what is preventing the National Road Authority issuing approval for the erection of hymns across the roads, across the highway, across the roads to address overspeeding?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, the South Bank Road is a primary national highway, and its main function is to allow the free flow of traffic and to reduce travel time, that is, without speed humps constructed on it. However, the National Road Authority, the NRA, erects speed humps in strategic locations deemed necessary, and therefore cannot give approval for humps to be created by a third party. Furthermore, there are enough police checkpoints along the South Bank corridor, the role of which is to manage traffic and reduce the overspeeding of vehicles. Therefore, the erection of speed humps may tantamount to duplication of efforts, especially in the many places that have been suggested.
Honorable Speaker, may I ask the Honorable Minister why the difference between the stream of Combo East, the school areas of the Combo East from Cloro, Pirang, Faraba, Kafuta, differing from the areas of Sankandi and Jataba, where they have erected speed hymns, and that of Kayaf?
Actually, I don't know who erected those speed humps in Kiang, especially the Sankandi, the two before the school and after the school, and also the one after the police station. But as you know, on most major motorways or highways, it is not advisable to put speed humps in, especially in scattered places, because the essence of having a motorway
is to allow a faster movement of goods and services to avoid delays. However, what we have witnessed, yes, indeed, we have seen a number of accidents on our major highways, and that is why the Gambia Police Force, has increased the number of checkpoints that are meant primarily to reduce, overspeeding and also frequent accidents on hotspots that are identified. If you look at the Combo East particularly, you have a police station, a police checkpoint in Faraba Johnson. You also have another police checkpoint just before you enter, Faraba. Sometimes you have a checkpoint there. Not Faraba, but Kafuta, especially at the bend. So those are meant basically to reduce frequent accidents along that corridor. However, I think what we need to do collectively as a country is to increase our sensitization of motorists to know that when you are entering, because we have increased the road infrastructure in most of those areas where, the signages are there to alert that you are entering a crowded community or you are entering a place where you have schools or some of those things, hospitals. So naturally, drivers are supposed to reduce their speed. But in some instances, even within major congested areas, this is not the case. And we need to definitely increase sensitization of drivers on that.
Honorable Speaker, I'm also to ask the Honorable Minister, yes, I admit that there are checkpoints stationed along the road to reduce traffic. But despite these checkpoints, although it has been reduced drastically, but as schools have resumed now, there are zebra crossings on the opposites of the school gates. But despite these zebra crossings and the signages, drivers deliberately hit on students crossing, getting into their schools, and then experiencing fatalities which are very pathetic to these young people. So, is there any further consideration that in as much as the Sankandi areas have been, major schools like the Kuloro schools, which is populated, is a grade B school, and that of Kafuta should also be considered for hymns, because the distance is so. There is a long distance between the two schools.
Well, as I told you, as part of the specific rules on highway management, it is always not very advisable to put homes in scattered places. I mean, this is an international standard. But I think as a country, we need to step up our traffic management issues on our highways, and that alone cannot be done by the government. We need collaboration with the motorists, with the road users, and also all other critical stakeholders, including the security, to help us, deal with that. But, as you said, we are in solidarity with the communities who suffer some of these fatalities on the highways as a result of a number of factors, but mainly overspeeding.
Thank you. The member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And I think many of the members have been requesting for this type of homes. But as you know, if we continue to create these homes everywhere, it's a problem. But I think the ministry, since it is the ministry, I would have said this to the Minister of Interior, but he's not here, it is you. So if your ministry could be willing to make some survey in the critical areas on our roads, where these humps could be put. Because in the meantime, the drivers, as we say, are always overspeeding and causing accidents. And sensitization and all these things may not solve the problems immediately. That is a long-term thing. But for the immediate problem for security, homes are needed in some static places. Will you be willing to make some survey, quick survey, as on the highway to see exactly where these things need to be, to avert accidents? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. For Woolly East, we will definitely channel this to the National Road Authority to help us carry this out as a matter of priority. But I can tell you that the National Road Authority also do conduct periodic traffic counts on mainly busy roads, and then they come up with strategies to deal with traffic issues, especially as they relate to road accidents. But we will suggest this to them. The Director General of the National Road Authority is even here and he's listening to you.
Thank you. Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Works. As may refer you back, I think a month or two ago, a presentation was done at your office related to the signboards. That was very laudable. How far to the donors, how far are the erection of those signboards? If they are not, what can you do to help us, especially in the Trans-Gambia?
Thank you so much. As you may be aware, the National Road Authority and the Ministry are constantly updating the road signage infrastructure on our highways. And this particular one, which was done about a month and a half ago, of course, they have been erected in the urban centers, especially in places where we have been witnessing frequent accidents. Along this, the South Bank corridor, we are also reviewing those areas that actually don't have these signages to replace them. But some of the problems that we have is that, and quietly sad so, that we put these signages, in specific locations, and then you see people remove them. Or sometimes, they remove the red color that makes it visible at night for drivers to see from distance that it is a bend or you are reaching a community. So those things, I think, and that is why I said, we need to work with communities here and do a lot of sensitizations, because those things are not there for fun. They are there specifically to prevent accidents.
Thank you. Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, as road accident constitutes a very high number of national total deaths in the country now, the road conditions.
Honorable Speaker, I want to observe. A member should direct his concerns to the Honorable Speaker instead of Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Honorable Member, when you want to observe, is for the Honorable Member to give you leave. Honorable Member, proceed. And your observation is noted.
Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister on the road condition from Sanyang to Jereng, and the bend there is very serious and the road is very high. That Johnson is taking a lot of lives. So I don't know if you are aware of it and what are some of the mechanisms to resolve that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, the question was specific to the South Bank Road, the Trans-Gambia Road, the South Bank Road. Member for Sanementreng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister, in addition to the zebra crossing on the school, around the school gates, can you also consider as a ministry to collaborate with the department to make sure that there are other police checkpoints added to this zebra crossing in order to allow students to have easy access to their schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Sanementon, thank you so much for that question. The ministry actually collaborates with the Ministry of Interior to increase our presence on specific places to help the users of the roads. However, I think you may be aware that of recent there have been some outcry about police presence on the roads, especially on the highways. So sometimes it's very difficult. It can be a very difficult balancing act. You know, you want to deal with the major issues that have to deal with life issues, but also, you know, sometimes there can be serious complaints from the public. And when that happens, as a government, we need to do that balancing act. Recently, you have seen the police have even issued a statement that they are going to reduce some of those checkpoints on our roads. We'll see how we will manage within the limited resources that we have, to collaborate more with the police, to manage traffic in some of those areas. But we will also continue to look at other innovative ways to, reduce accidents in areas where you have schools. We do have zebra crossings, which of course all trained drivers should know and understand that when you are reaching a zebra crossing, especially in a school area or a hospital or a market, you have to reduce your speed. Unfortunately, sometimes some of these drivers, they drive at very high speed to a point that they pay little attention to some of those things.
Thank you. Question number 033 of 2022 by the member for Combo East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the only access road which connects the people of Narang in the Combo East to the South Bank Road and the Jiboro-Koto Mandinaba Road has been and remains a major challenge that restricts the movement of residents in the area. Can the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure explain to this August Assembly why this major road is still not under construction?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Combo East, as agreed during the Supplementary Appropriation Bill session of 2021, the National Road Authority is currently constructing the following roads for the 2021-2022 maintenance program through the Road Fund. They include the Bani Salkenye Njabakunda Road, Burfoot Madiana Kunkujang Mariama Tujereng Road, and Kerewan Jawara Road. The road linking Jiboro via Som to Faraba Sutu was planned to be constructed together with Brikama Mandina Ring in the 2022-2023 maintenance program through the same funding. However, due to the fact that the fuel levy contribution to the National Road Fund was reduced from $3 per liter to $1 per liter, makes it difficult for the National Roads Authority to embark on the construction of this particular road and other roads. The design of this particular road has already been carried out, and construction would follow once the situation of the fuel levy has improved, which of course is the only source of funding for the National Roads Authority.
Honorable Speaker, it has been a major challenge, as stated before, and that the people of Combo East are yearning to look forward in seeing them get a road, access road. Having considered the settlements and the classes of people living within there, who are major contributors of socio-economical development. Is your ministry aware that most of these raw materials that are used for the construction of the OIC road linking from the airport to the Sting Corner is being outsourced from that end. And with that, the residents have the fear that the raw materials that could be used to construct that particular road would be exhausted.
Speaker, point of order, please.
Who?
I think I have to give this as a reminder to what
the member for Opanyomi. Can you hear your point of order?
Yes, my point of order, Standing Order 43, supplementary questions, clause 3. I think I have to remind both the honorable members and honorable ministers that the time taken to ask supplementary questions shall be no longer than 1 minute, and the time to answer for the minister is not take him more than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Point of order sustained. Honorable member, you have one more supplementary question to ask.
Noted. I have that one for the honorable minister to answer.
Yes, I'm very much familiar that the...
Sorry, honorable member, because in your questions, you talked about the roads in your constituency, Congo East. And your supplementary, you're talking about the OIC road project of Batil Hardin Highway and the raw materials to build that roads. I want to say that I want to call on another honorable member for another supplementary question. Yes.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, please.
Honorable member, you have one more supplementary question to ask.
Myself. Yes. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. May I proceed?
Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. I was just trying to make it to the minister to understand the concerns of the people of Narang, that they have the fear that the raw materials that are extracted from that end to that, the construction of that OIC road mainly comes from that end, and that they are experiencing that bad condition of road. Is the minister aware that the situations of that road is still deteriorating, but despite heavy trucks are using the road, in fact damaging it worse than it is for the use of this? So I just want to put it to the attention of the minister and then to ask if there is any short-term solution to that.
Member is exceeding his time limit for 1 minute to ask the question. Please.
Yes, I am aware that the raw material used from the Narang is actually what we are using for the Batil Hardin, and that we are not neglecting any section or part of the country. As I told you in the answer, this particular road, in fact, was surveyed and costed. But because of the shortage in terms of cash flow that the NRA has been experiencing right now, they are not able to do anything. But we are very much aware of the situation of that road. That is why we costed it, and we know the economic benefits that will come if we do the road.
Thank you. In the absence of any further supplementary question, the member for Upper Salum.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the usage of this road for the transportation of raw materials, which is actually deteriorating the road network right now, would the Honorable Minister be in a position to consult with these people to see if they can actually help to rehabilitate the road that they are using to destroy it further?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Upper Salum, I can assure you that, in fact, one of the communities has just benefited from the benevolence of one of the construction companies as part of its corporate social responsibility to do the access road for the village.
Thank you. The member for Joshua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, how do you mention about construction of new roads, which are very vital, but I haven't heard you mention a very important road that connects Iwo Town towards Badara, which is the main major highway. He talks about new roads. This is part of it. He talks about new roads, which are part of the questions. So that's this way I'm trying to put in my distance.
Honorable member, please, can you please take a seat, honorable member?
Thank you.
Honorable member, I'm afraid that question is not for Combo East. It's for just one constituency. Thank you. In the absence of any other supplementary question, now we move to question 034 of 2022 by the member for Fonyi Brevet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Works tell this August Assembly if his ministry has any plans to construct the 20 kilometers feeder roads from Ndemban to Kanjabina to Somita?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the information of the Honorable Member, the construction of the road linking the 20 kilometers of feeder roads from Demban, Kanjambina to Somita was not initially part of the proposed 400 kilometers of feeder roads surveyed and earmarked for construction countrywide. However, road inventory and condition surveys will be conducted on other roads this year, including this particular road, and added to the 400 kilometers for construction as a package.
Any further supplementary from the member? In the absence of further supplementary questions, we now move to question number 035 of 2022 by the member for Fonyi Brevet.
Honorable Speaker, the Trans-Gambia Highway along the Fonyes continue to record numerous fatal accidents that claim lives and properties. Could the Honorable Minister of Works provide metal barriers and reflectors along the highway to maximize the number of accidents, minimize the number of accidents?
Point of correction, Honorable Speaker.
To minimize the number of accidents.
Point of correction, Honorable Speaker. Point of correction, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, proceed.
Yeah, correction, I mean. The honorable member is saying Trans-Gambia. Trans-Gambia is from the road from Frafenye, crossing.
Honorable member.
That's the one we call Trans-Gambia.
Honorable member.
But the Soma Basse Highway is not a Trans-Gambia.
Honorable member.
Of course, it's not, that one is not Trans-Gambia.
Minister will clarify.
Yes, but yes.
Honorable member, please. Honorable Minister, can you please?
Yes.
Can you please?
Yes, actually, that is true. I mean, the Trans-Gambia starts from the other end of Farafenye to the Senova end. Yeah. Yeah. But in answer to the question raised by the honorable member, Honorable Speaker, the National Road Authority does not encourage the use of metal barriers on major highways due to the fact that they reduce response time for ambulances, fire and rescue services, as well as maneuvering of long vehicles on these highways. Furthermore, there are enough police checkpoints along the South Bank Corridor. We call this particular road South Bank Corridor, the role of which is to manage traffic and reduce overspeeding of vehicles. Therefore, the placement of metal barriers may tantamount to a duplication of efforts as of now.
Any further, any supplement?
Your answer is clear.
Thank you very much. Now, Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, in respect to the name implies. I think you could vividly clarify to us. As you all know, definitely for us, we do normally call it Transgambia. So you can clear to the air the current name within that end. My question is this, about these metal barriers. During the past 6 months, within those highways, it has drastically reduced a lot of accidents within the community and communal services. So what best practice do you think we use, different from this metal, as the removal is now causing a lot of accidents again?
Well, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of Parliament for Ny Council, I think we all have to work together in this, because what we have been witnessing from, say, Kafuta or from Faraba all the way to Jarasoma is the escalated increase in the use of metal barriers in every village on the highway as part of a stopgard measure to reduce, speeding. But what we have also seen is that this has also caused some other issues. We are very much aware that, yes, in many instances, because vehicle speeding has reduced most significantly, it also helped in reducing accidents. But there were other issues of delay also, because if you look at the time that you should spend from here to Basse, for example, if you have, say, 18 villages, and each of those villages probably you will spend 30 seconds, because of the maneuvering that you have to do, you may end up increase your travel time by more than 1 hour or 2 hours. And in some cases, this can lead to other inconveniences also. We also have a lot of ambulance services on that road. So we have been having a lot of consultations with the communities over this, and we want to believe that let's all work together so that we increase the road signages. We also inculcate the issue of drivers having to respect road signs and speeding issues on these highways.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 036 of 2022 by the member for Olyundum.
Honorable Speaker, I humbly withdraw this question and will want to ask the next question.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much for withdrawing. Question number 037 of 2022 by the member for Olyundum.
Honorable Speaker, the President of the Republic of the Gambia promised the people of Nemakunku in a political rally that the road network from the coastal road highway to Sukuta will be constructed. Could the Honorable Minister update the August Assembly on the current state of the plan?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Olyundum. The road from Sukuta to Nema, which we call P8, is part of Lot 2 of the OIC 50 kilometers urban roads, which are currently ongoing. The construction of these roads are actually ongoing.
Any further supplementary?
I am happy.
The member for Bundung Kapunda.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, concerning about the OIC project, I understand Bundung Highway is part of the project. So currently, the condition of the road is very critical. So I just want you to inform this August body the state of the project. How far are you going with the project?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Serakunda. Bundung Kapunda. Just to inform you that even yesterday when we had our project steering committee meeting, the Bundung Kapunda road was mentioned, and for your information, I think by next week, NRA DG, we are going to do the survey of that road because it's one of those priority roads that actually we want to work on immediately after the rains. So hopefully by next week, you will see some movement on the Bundung Kapunda highway.
Thank you. The member for Sanementre.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister tell this August Assembly if the road connectivity from Sukuta Yusufasila Mosque to Sanchaba Market. Is it also part of the OIC? If not, do you have anything in plan to construct that road? Thank you.
Yes, this particular stretch of road is part of the OIC road networks.
Honorable members, please, may you be reminded that when a question is specific to either a particular settlement or object, we try to concentrate our supplementary questions on those specifics. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. But with regards to the OIC project, I think this question was raised by that. So this is the supplementary question that I have against.
Honorable member, thank you. Any further supplementary? Question number 038 of 2022 by the member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I thank you for achieving the milestone yesterday by engaging our military servicemen into our construction industry now. I pray this can be a very, very long relationship. Now, my question is, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Cow Johnson Road in Fajikunda, the Kankura Road in Abuko, the Parker Road in Latrikunda, and the Darussalam Road in Fajikunda are critical roads that connect thousands of residents to market and health facilities within the respective communities. Could the Honorable Minister for Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly on the state of survey conducted on these said roads before?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. Honorable Speaker, just for the information of the Honorable Member, that the Cow Johnson, Kankurang, Pakara Road in Latrikunda and the Darussalam Road in Fajikunda have not been surveyed, but for your information, they'll be surveyed very soon and designed, and they'll be costed and prioritized as part of the NRA efforts to construct these roads.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any supplement.
Thank you. No supplementary questions. Thank you. Question number 039 of 2022 by the member for Jokadu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the following roads in the Jokadu constituency currently require serious attention. The road connecting Kuntaya to Ker Amadou, Kuntaya to Medina Mudum, Ker Sele via Ker Jane, Ker Omar Sen, Bali Mandinka, Bali Ali Hawel to Dasilame. Then you have Munyagen via Tambana, Karantaba Bakang to Daru Fodeba. Could the Home Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly when would the government consider constructing these highly dilapidated feeder roads in the Jokadu constituency? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, the construction of the road linking Kuntaya to Ker Amadou, Kuntaya to Medina Ma, Ker Saleh via Ker Join, Ker Omar Sen, Bali Mandinka, Bali Awa to Dasilame, Munyagen to Tambana, Karantaba, Bankang to Daru Fodeba were not initially part of the proposed 400 kilometers of feeder roads surveyed and earmarked for construction countrywide. However, surveys will be carried out on this network after the rains and added to the 400 kilometers for construction once we have the funding. But let me just say this, Honorable Speaker, that in fact, we are trying to reduce our spending on feeder roads because they are not that very durable. Most of the time we want to add asphalt to some of these roads. And that is why right now what we are doing is to do a survey of 1,200 kilometers. And that is our task for the whole country. And we are doing that right now.
Any supplementary from the Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I know that will take time, but looking at the condition of these roads at the moment, definitely we need short-term measures. I really want you to endeavor to go and then see for yourself the condition of these roads. They are really unmotorable. And people are really on Tacitus day in and day out.
Honorable, Honorable, can
so
you
that
please?
be able to have easy access to within the vicinities of their of the catchment
Honorable
area.
member.
Yes.
Honorable member, can you please
Thank
ask
you.
your supplementary question? You have no supplementary question?
We want short-term measures where the minister will endeavor to go and see for himself so that at least they'll be able to do something before the long-term measures can come. Because those roads can no longer wait, definitely. Thank you so much.
Just for the information of the honorable member, that I just came from a countrywide trek, and we actually use some of these roads. We are not also sitting in the office. I can assure you that we do go to some of these immotorable places, and we do suffer a lot. So we definitely have first-hand information of some of these roads, that I can assure you. Now, as part of the measures, just to make some of these places motorable, what we are proposing is immediately after the rains is to actually, look at the potholes and then backfill them while we are doing the proper survey and costing for the 120 or 1,200 kilometers of roads. Yeah.
Thank you. The member for Opanyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity once again. Honorable Minister, the village has just mentioned Kersele. Kersele is a valley between Kersele and Kersidik. And this valley is giving people of Jokado and Opanyomi a big problem. Are you aware? Thank you.
Yes, we are aware. In fact, in our last tour, we went up to the place there. We surveyed it. We had a discussion with the construction company that is on that corridor to support us with basalt, not basalt, but laterite, to backfill that particular place so that at least in this rainy season, people can pass through that area. Yeah.
Thank you. Question number 040 of 2022 by the member for Basse. Have you given any authority? Have you given any authority? Thank you. Question number 041 of 2022 by the member for Woolly East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly of his ministry's plans to construct the rest of the road network leading to the Boro Kandakase Pirai River crossing to facilitate easy commuting between Woolly East and Tumana districts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, the remaining section of the roads leading to Boro Kandakase Pirai River crossing will be surveyed, designed, costed, and submitted to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs for funding, hopefully in the 2023 budget.
Any supplementary? The member for Tumana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I don't know whether you have any plan for providing this, even if it is going to be a manual ferries, for the Pirai crossing tender and that of Tambasansang to Limbambul crossing point, because this will help in making the travel easy between Woolly East and Tumana. Thank you.
Member?
Yes.
Honorable Member, your supplementary should be around Boro, Kandakase, and Pirai. So, thank you, Honorable Member. That question is ruled out. Thank you. The member of... Any further supplementary? Any further supplementary? You slept on your rights. Thank you very much. Now, question number 042 of 2022 by the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure inform the August Assembly what is delaying the commencement of the construction of the Brikama to Mandinari Road via Bafloto, Makumbaya, and Brikama to Gunju Road via Kasakunda, Nyomfele, Madina, and Nyomfele?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, the Brikama to Mandina Ring Road via Bafuloto and Makumbaya, and Brikama to Gunjur Road via Kasakunda, Nyofele Madina, and Nyofele are roads earmarked for construction for the year 2023. However, the government is currently in close collaboration with our development partners for the construction of the said roads.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Honorable Minister, I think this is the usual response that ever since these said roads were reflective in the supplementary budget in 2019 that I have been receiving. And can you give me a hopeful response that your engagement with the partners will be very fruitful for us this time?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I can assure you that we have already got initial discussions for a window for funding, which has already been discussed at cabinet level and approved, and hopefully it will come before the members of the National Assembly here. It is meant for what we call the Combo Roads project. And this particular stretch of roads are critical in those ones. They are mainly 50 kilometers or 30 kilometers, and we hope that the two roads in the Brikama North, as well as some roads linking the Combo South end to those roads, will definitely be done. Thank you. It is a priority for me because I'm from there too.
Thank you. Now, question number 043 of 2022 by the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, communities in Brikama have been experiencing floods during the rainy season over the years due to the improper drainage system. Could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly what plan the ministry has to address this situation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the information of the Honorable Member for Brikama North, the government is indeed aware of the current flooding and drainage issues within the Greater Banjul area. A Greater Banjul drainage study was conducted in 2013 with funding from the Kuwaiti Fund for Development, but was not implemented due to funding constraints. Drainage within Brikama is complex, and it has been exacerbated by settlement patterns of the population in and around the main Brikama town. Going forward, stakeholders such as the the NDMA, the National Disaster Management Agency, the Department of Water Resources, the Ministry of Lands, the National Environment Agency, and the Brikama Area Council have been engaged to have a holistic study of the situation and to come up with the lasting solution to this perennial problem.
Any supplementary from the member? Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Minister, May I inform you that way back in 2018, my office, together with Honorable Member for Brikama South, engaged the National Road Authority. There was the whole day survey around Brikama, and they promised that they are going to work on that, and then a master project will be designed to solicit for funding. How far would that work?
Well, I know that in 2017 or 2018, there was a study on the drainage of Brikama. Part of it was actually funded and implementation actually was done. However, because of shortage in the envelope to do this particular stretch of the drainage, it could not be finished. Now, when the floods happened in August, we went with the Vice President and the NDMA, and of course the critical stakeholders have agreed that we need to reconvene a meeting with our funders to complete this particular stretch of drainage, especially the one that goes behind the market all the way across the Brikama Kitty Road. So we are very much aware of this particular drainage problem in that part of Brikama.
Thank you very much. In the absence of supplementary question, we move to question number 044 of 2022 by the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister again. Honorable Speaker, most of the feeder roads in Brikama are unmotorable during the rainy season. Could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly if and when the ministry plans to construct these roads?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the information of the Honorable Member for Brikama North, the Ministry and the National Road Authority are very soon going to initiate a study for the Urban Road Master Plan, which will of course include the roads in Brikama. But right now, some of the identified roads in Brikama have been submitted to our partners for funding. Now, for the other remaining roads, especially the feeder roads, the National Roads Authority intends to carry out a massive spot filling exercise on some of these key roads after the rainy season and in other areas to render them motorable and improve their vehicular circulation within these communities.
Member, any supplement?
Yeah, can you inform this August Assembly the roads that you said are among the roads identified in Brikama?
Well, it is in a draft stage now. It's a comprehensive master plan that we are preparing. And it is not only Brikama. I mean, some of the areas that we see as, sprawling urbanized setups, we are looking at those areas so that, we can do a proper job, including, roads coming with drainage to avoid or avert some of the problems that we have been seeing. Equally, there are a number of feeder roads within, Brikama area, not only the town itself, but within the vicinity of Brikama that we have identified, and we need to also spot fill to make them motorable.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, if you are not in position, can I request maybe later you can give the list of the roads? I'm concerned about the ones for Brikama.
I wish I came with the draft, plan that was submitted to my office. It is lying in my office. It is a very good, comprehensive first draft that we are putting our eye on, and these are critical roads within the area in the West Coast region, especially in the Combos. So I'll provide them with to you. Probably NRA, if you can provide an extra copy to the National Assembly so that they can see what we are doing in this area in terms of the comprehensiveness of some of these activities. Yeah.
Thank you. The member for Brikama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to inquire in connection to the submission to your office. Was it consultative, particularly the NAMs within these areas? Were they consulted during the identification of these roads?
Well, as you know, I mean, you do the first concept, you prepare your draft, and then you go to communities and then you talk to them, because we know that there are priority roads that are of immense relevance and importance to the community. And being community leaders, the MPs, of course, you will be part of that consultative process that we will carry out.
Sorry. Question number 045 of 2022 by the member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure provide this August Assembly with a comprehensive list of the cost, sources of funding and status of implementation of all the roads and drainage projects that the government has initiated since 2017?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang East. The list is here, and I will read it to you. The Banjul Roads and Drainage Project, which started in 2019 and will go into 2023, the cost is $43 million. The source of funding is by the government of the Gambia. Implementation authority is the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and the implementation status is ongoing. Now, the second road is Lamenkoto Pasamas Road Project, which started in 2017 and concluded in 2020. The government spent $90,157,426, and the source of funding came from the Saudi Fund, Badia, the Kuwaiti Fund, and the government of the Gambia. And the implementation authority are the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure and the National Road Authority. And the status of this particular road, stretch of road, is that it is completed. We also have the Kelem Boost Town, which was part of the addendum of this particular road, and that one also is completed. We also have the Basse Yorobawal. The cost was included in the 90 million because what we did was some innovative funding. What we were able to save from the main road of Lamenkoto to Pasamas, we used that to fund Kelem Boost Town and Basse Yorobawal. Then we have the Transgambia Corridor Project, which started in 2015 to date. It is ongoing, and the cost is 65 million euro. The funding agency is the African Development Bank. The agencies responsible for monitoring is the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure and the National Road Authority. The implementation status are that the bridge and markets along this corridor are completed, and this include the ones from Kir Ayub going all the way to Senoba. You pass Pakalindin Jara Soma, then to Senoba at the border. The bridges, the Senegambia bridge is completed, and the markets in the adjacent villages are also completed. The pavement strengthening, especially reaching the bridge from either end, is ongoing. And then we also supposed to build the joint border post in Senegal and the Gambia at the borders there. That one is yet to commence, but we are pursuing that under the project. Now, the URR Roads and Bridges project, which started in 2018 to 2021, the cost of that was $82 million, and that one came from the China Aid monitored and supervised by the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure and the National Road Authority, and this particular stretch of road is completed. We now have the Nyomi Hakalang Road project, which started in 2020 to date. It is still ongoing. The amount spent or earmarked or budgeted for this particular project is 299,783,955.54 bututs. This one is in Dalasis. And it is funded by the government of the Gambia, supervised by the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and the National Road Authority. This particular road, the works are still ongoing. We also have the North Bank Lot 1 and 2. And if we say Lot 1 and 2, Lot 1 is the Sabah Sanjal stretch, and Lot 2 is the Kaur Dimbala to Ker Ulde on the other side. This particular stretch of roads actually started in 2021 to date. For Lot 1, which included the Sabah Sanjal one, the amount earmarked or budgeted for this was 757,302,617 Dalasis 4 bututs. For Lot 2, which is Kaur Jimbala to Ker Ulde, the budgeted amount for this particular stretch is 853,438,371 Dalasis 57 bututs, all funded by the government of the Gambia, supervised by the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and the National Road Authority. Now, for the Sabah Sanjal end, most of the roads are already completed and now they are being used. And for the Lot 2, the works are ongoing, which is Ker Ulde, Kaur Jimbala area. For Kiang West roads, this one started in 2021 to date. The government of the Gambia is spending $349,759,040, all funded from local funds provided by the government of the Gambia, supervised by the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and the National Road Authority, and the works are actually ongoing. We now have the OIC Batil Hardin Highway, which started in 2021 to date. The amount, and this is a road that is already ongoing. The amount is $81,092,907, and the agencies that are funding include Badia, the Kuwaiti Fund, and the Islamic Development Bank, and the government of the Gambia. Now, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, and the National Road Authority are supervising this road, and the works are already ongoing. For the OIC 50 kilometers urban roads project, that also started in 2021, December to date, and the amount budgeted is $50 million, and it is the Saudi fund that is actually funding this particular stretch of road. And the Ministry of Works, Transport and Infrastructure and the National Road Authority are supervising the works, which are already ongoing. In case if you don't have this template, we'll send it to you. We'll share with the Office of the Clerk.
Honorable Speaker, no further questions.
No further questions. Any member who... Honorable Member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, you told us that almost 1.3 billion that is supposed to be spent on Hagala Road. And yesterday, you informed the Assembly that, you have extended the contract for the contractor.
Member, speak loud.
Yes, you have extended the contract for the contractor up to May. Is there any other, issue between your ministry and the contractor, please.
Well,
point of order. Point of order.
Yes, can we hear the point of order?
Yes, it's on the clause 43 relating to, supplementary questions are meant to elucidate on an answer given by the respondent. But what the member is asking for actually is out of order, because he's asking for other additional issues on that particular contract, and that is out of order.
No, I think he's asking about the Hakalang Road. Am I right? Honorable Member, I thought your question was directed to the Honorable Minister on the Hakalang Road.
But what he's asking for issues, any additional issues on that project, that is out of order. That is not the main question.
No, Honorable Member, can you quote the standing order that says it has to be issues? Because what is relevant is either the principal question or responses that are given.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, can we allow the Honorable Minister to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To be specific, I mean, we don't have any issue with the contractor other than the normal thing that work has to be done. And we don't actually joke with our monitoring and enforcement issues when it comes to a whole lot of things regarding the construction of roads now. So there are no issues other than the fact that they have to deliver.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for that honest answer. First, I want to commend you and NRA for the job well done. I have a supplementary question as per the road that you've mentioned in Sabak Sanjal, and also Lot 1 and Lot 2, both. Do you still have funding gaps? Thank you.
Well, you remember that because I guess you were one of the site foremen on that particular road. So remember, I mean, the Lot 2 in particular, there were some issues at the beginning, but those ones have been resolved. For Lot 1, because the government added an addendum to the roads, which were not part of the scope of work, but those ones were necessary because the adjacent communities should have been part of the ring road. And the contractor actually pre-financed, those stretch of works. As a result, government will have to provide the funds for additional funds for that. But we were within budget until government itself thought it necessary to extend the scope of work to, I think, 15 kilometers of other communities that were cut off from the main highway. So now that is the extra funding that we have to provide for that particular stretch.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the parent question is saying comprehensive list of all the roads. So I was thinking that the roads you've mentioned appears to be bituminized roads. What about the gravel roads? Or you don't consider them? And you know what your predecessor told us is that they're going to continue to bituminize those gravel roads that they are recently built. So,
actually, we did not list those ones here, but we can provide that comprehensive list of the roads that also include laterite. Because at the ministry now, we definitely want to discourage laterite roads. They are, on surface, they look cheaper, but their maintenance is actually not very sustainable. So it's better you spend, the money on the asphalt roads and then, maintain them, and they last longer, they are durable, and then, cost savings also can be done. then you can concentrate on other areas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 046 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure update this August Assembly as to when the government would construct the road from Brikama Beregulem via Jida Babanjai to Tubakuta village in Combo East?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the information of the Honorable Member that the Brikama Beregulem via Jida Babanjai to Tubakuta village in Combo East is a road earmarked for construction for the year 2023. And also to inform the Honorable Member that the government is also in close collaboration with our development partners to provide funding for the construction of other roads within this area in a package form.
Honorable Minister, at what stage are you in connection to the fund mobilization? Because I vividly remember your predecessor sent in a team to make a comprehensive studies, and then the design was out. This was around 2019, 2020.
Yes, this was part of the 400 kilometers of roads that were earmarked. And for your information, we've done more than 300 kilometers out of that 400. Now, the remaining less than 100 kilometers of the original 400 that we did in the last 5 years, this road has been pushed on to be part of the additional 1,200 that we will do. Now, in terms of fund mobilization, of course, it is this assembly that approve our budget, because most of our roads that we do now, they are sourced locally. So we hope and pray that when our budget comes before the National Assembly here, you will, give us more money and then plow it back to your constituencies to provide you more roads.
Since you are depending entirely on the National Assembly for this type of projects, do you have a specific prioritization with regards to the roads? Because you have a lot of members here and each will be shouting. You want to draw it to your constituents.
Well, those who support us, will prioritize. No, but on a more serious note, Honorable Speaker, what we are doing right now, we are doing the road classification so that we know, the urban roads, the highways, the rural roads, and also, the roads that also, gives heavy traffic count, so that at least, we prioritize according to that. But also, we looked at a number of factors also in terms of, economic linkage, to when these roads are done, and especially in heavily populated areas like those, communities. Of course, they will be prioritized.
Any supplementary question from members? We now move to question number 047 of 2022, Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly onto the status of the roads surveyed by the National Road Authority, NRA, in Jara Central in the month of August 2021. These are roads off from the Soma Basse Highway leading to the Kabada region of Jara Central. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Kabada road network has already been surveyed, designed, and costed with two options: double surface dressing or laterite gravel. But as we said, we are actually moving away from laterite gravel, and the designs and costs have since been submitted to government for funding.
No supplementary, honorable member. No other supplementary. We now move to question number 048 of 2022, honorable member for Kiang Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Kiang Central is known for its poor road network since the First Republic, and this continues to negative impact on the life and livelihood of residents in many ways. Could the Honorable Minister for Work, Transport and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly what plans are in place to address this issue and when?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang Central. Honorable Speaker, the construction of the roads in Kiang Central was not initially part of the proposed 400 kilometers of feeder roads surveyed and earmark of construction countrywide. However, surveys will be carried out on this network and added to the 400 kilometers for construction once funding is available.
Thank you. Well noted.
No more. Honorable members, we now move to question number 049 of 2022, the honorable member for Woodley West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If the Woodley West constituency is provided with rural feeder routes network program, it will benefit 28 communities in the constituency. And this could have significant impact on the socio-economic well-being of its residents. Could the Honorable Minister tell this August Assembly what is the Ministry's plan on rural route network in Woodley West constituency?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the way forward regarding the rural accessibility in general, especially to the farmlands and also agricultural gardens, the NRA intends to initiate a feeder roads program covering all regions of the Gambia to improve the conditions of the rural road network and add value to agricultural production and promote food self-sufficiency. In doing so, the regional feeder roads will be packaged per region, surveyed, designed, costed, and implemented.
Honorable members, we now move to, you have some supplementaries. Honorable member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question is relating to Woodley West. But you know, there was this road from Chamwe Bunda. In fact, it starts from Limbambulu, coming to Chamwe Bunda, going all the way to Gunjuru Kuta. Then it goes all the way at the back, Makamasreng, all the way to Fode Kunda. It's a long road. And this question was put to the former minister. And then what he said was that it was already surveyed, costed, but then they are looking for funds. So we are still waiting for the funds. And then it's not included in the 400 million. And we have been patient. So now, I think you will give consideration to that. Would you give consideration to this road? Thank you.
Interestingly, Honorable Member for Woodley East, the number of roads submitted to my office 2 months ago by the NRA, this Williambulu Road, is actually central to that. I think is one of the new URR roads that will be asphalt. You know, I mean, and not even feeder roads, because it's a long stretch, which is about what is it, 36 kilometers, if I don't forget. So we are going to provide a proper road for that stretch. And as you said, yes, it is costed and surveyed already. So we are aware of this. In our next stretch of road construction across the country, as part of our 1,200 kilometers, this particular road is critical to it. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Upper Numi.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, there are agricultural projects intervening in this particular area, this particular constituency, and they are coming up with feeder roads. Is your ministry collaborating?
Honorable Member, when you're talking, you are far from you have to talk loud for members to hear.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Yes. I think I'm somehow far from the mic. Let me bend down. Yes, Honorable Minister, there are some agricultural ongoing projects that are, intervening in this particular constituency, and they are coming up with a feeder roads. Are you collaborating with them in order for it not be a duplication of efforts? Thank you.
Well, naturally, or by statute, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, through our agencies, the National Road Authority, should have been involved in the design and implementation in close collaboration with some of the agencies that are doing this, especially the Ministry of Agriculture. So what is happening sometimes, that is not the case, but we are trying to close in on that. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture had a meeting with me on this, since this is our core competence, so that when they have the funds, they can collaborate with us, and then we can look at our areas that we need to, come in and then collaborate, rather than stretch, scatter our efforts. So this particular stretch of roads that are actually targeting farming communities that the Ministry of Agriculture is doing, definitely they are of interest to us, and then we are working with, we'll be working with them now on those issues. Yeah.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 050 of 2022, posed by the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, the residents of Lower Badibu North are without good road networks and struggle during the rainy season to commute. Could the Honorable Minister for Works and Transport inform this August Assembly how soon the ministry intends to remedy this situation?
Regarding the rural accessibility in general, the National Roads Authority intends to initiate a feeder roads program covering all the regions of the Gambia to improve conditions of the rural roads network and add value to agricultural production and food self-sufficiency. In doing so, the regional feeder road networks will be packaged per region, surveyed, designed, costed, and implemented.
Thank you. I do not have any further questions.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 051 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, he just stepped out.
He just stepped out.
Yeah.
We now move to question number 052 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member also stepped out.
Pardon?
The Honorable Member for Kiang West is not in.
He stepped out. Honorable Member, we now move to question number 053 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Works, Transport and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly what are the Ministry's plans to address the feeder road network connecting Kabada to Soma in LRR?
Honorable Speaker, for the information of the Honorable Member of Kiang West, the Kabada Road network has already been surveyed, designed, and costed with two options that we are thinking, which is the first one is to double surface dressing or provide the laterite. But as part of the new efforts that we want to do for this particular road, which is about 93 kilometers, we want to put asphalt on it. And the designs and costs of this particular stretch have already been submitted to the government for possible funding.
No. Honorable Member, no supplementary. Now we have the Honorable Member for supplementary. And
Honorable Speaker, I'll ask the Honorable Minister, since this particular road has been costed, can the August Assembly made to know the cost of this particular road, please?
Well, I can't remember exactly how much it is, but we have already costed it. We know the kilometers. It starts all the way immediately after you cross the bridge from West Coast, from Kalaji, then the first stretch, then you go inside all the way coming to Kayaf on the highway. We have the drawings and everything for this particular road, but we can provide the figures.
we now have the Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sandu is the most deprived of all constituencies when it comes to road network. Could the Honorable Minister...
We are talking about address the feeder road network connected to Kabada.
That's where I'm coming. I'm asking a question.
No, you, Honorable Member, please listen.
Yeah.
The question, the principal question is,
the
feeder road, to address the feeder road network connecting Kabada to Soma in the LRR region.
Can I ask a question regarding Sandu?
Regards
under that?
No, you cannot go,
Okay. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kiang East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister made mention of the Kabada stretch that starts from Kiang West right through Kabada up to Kayaf. There is another stretch of road in Kiang East. The one that starts from Jasobo, cross the road at Kolior and then join the other road at Njolfen. Is that also part of the roads that you're considering?
In fact, just last week we had a discussion on this particular road, and we want to even link it up with all the way to the crossing to Fonyi in Sangajor. So it's one of the roads that actually is a big priority for the ministry.
Thank you, honorable members. We now have question number 054 of 2022 by the honorable member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure tell this August Assembly if and when the ministry plans to decongest Sarah Diop Avenue by constructing motorable bridges in London Corner, Dipakunda and Bakote as promised in the previous legislature? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the information of the Honorable Minister, Honorable Member of Parliament for Serekunda. The Reverend Jesse Fai Marse Ngelo Road linking the Westfield Sukuta Road at Safidin Johnson will be constructed all the way to Bundung Bohol, connecting the Sukuta Latrikunda Road as part of the OIC project. In the same vein, the Bundung Highway will also be constructed under the same project. Meanwhile, the National Road Authority, the NRA, has conducted designs of major culverts across the Kotu stream at various locations in Bakote, London Corner, Dipakunda, and Manjai Kunda, linking key roads to act as major alternative routes for the distribution of traffic flow between these communities and mainland Serakunda and over the Kotu stream. The crossings could not have been constructed following design, costing, and procurement due to the fact that there is an upcoming project with the Ministry of Environment through funding from the World Bank, which will take a comprehensive look at the lining the entire length of the Kotu stream and also design structures at critical locations, among other interventions.
Okay, thank you.
Any supplementary questions? Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important area. I could remember this question in the last legislation. But the critical area is the drainage, and drainage is mentioned. If you go to the highway going to Banjul, that Westfield area, Churchill Town area, you will see the fire station. That whole area is now flooding on a continuous basis. Whether you have any plans to deal with that situation, because the whole country is passing through there.
Yes, the NRA did a sporadic survey of this place not long ago, especially I think one of the days when it rained heavily and vehicles could not pass, and it was discovered that one of the major culverts there or the drainage there are already filled up. They need to be excavated and cleared. In addition, I mean, the problem is being re-looked at, and the solution will be proffered by the authority.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 055 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Member, Honorable Minister for Works and Infrastructure, tell this August Assembly his ministry's plan to change the poor feeder road network linking Farafenye to the surrounding villages in Ileasa constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the way forward regarding rural accessibility, as I said before, the National Road Authority intends to initiate a feeder roads program covering all regions of the Gambia to improve the conditions of the rural roads network and add value to agricultural production and promote food self-sufficiency in general. In so doing, the regional feeder roads will be packaged per region and then also costed and implemented in terms of the construction works.
No supplementary?
No, I don't.
Honorable members, we now move to our previous question. When I called the honorable members, they stepped out, and some of them are back. It's question number 051 of 2022 by the honorable member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question is, could the Honorable Minister for Works and Infrastructure provide a comprehensive update to this August Assembly on the recent floodings in Banjul concerning the Banjul Rehabilitation Project?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The scope of the Banjul Rehabilitation Project includes the rehabilitation of all the open and covered drains, including the collector drains and outfalls, the rehabilitation of the sewage network, would include a complete overhaul of the lifting stations located at the Brikama Car Park in Banjul and the pumping station located at Boxbar Road. The reconstruction of 27 roads and replacing of damaged asphalt with a reinforced concrete pavement on well-compacted laterite subbase and sublayers are also being done. This project kicked off in June 2019, and the contract period for the initial scope of the works was 36 months. Following the signing of an addendum, the construction period was revised to 48 months due to this time extension of 12 months. Now, the updated work schedule for this particular project shows a new completion date of June 2023. From the inception of works in 2019, the project here embarked on a massive desilting and cleaning of the drainage channels within the city itself. This involves removal of dumped solid waste, desilting and unblocking of the outfalls into the pond folder. And for those of you who don't know, the pond folder is the one that is on the Bond Road where the water is emptied before you send it into the sea. The works included the reconstruction of collapsed drains and realigning the main channel within the pond folder to the pumping station on Bond Road. The project has already installed 2 new 75 kVA pumps at the Bond folder on Bond Road Pump House with a capacity of 2 million liters of water per hour, which is pumped out of the city, and it was installed in August of 2022. From the start, the project also embarked on the cleaning of the manholes and flossing of the connecting PVC pipes, as well as those connecting to the household chambers for the sewage system. This involved using manual labor to desilt the manholes and jetty trucks to fresh out the pipes. Besides the cleaning exercise, the invert levels and slopes of the interconnect pipes between the manholes were also checked. This was meant to determine if any manhole has sunk, which can reverse the direction of the flow of the sewage, thereby causing flooding of the manholes. The verifying exercise precedes the laying of the concrete pavement. It cannot be overemphasized that the rehabilitation of the pumping stations at the Brikama Garage and Boxbar remains very critically important to this project. The total road works in the initial contract covered a total length of 23,085 meters and 9,846 meters of additional streets in the addendum. 95% of the streets covered in the initial scope of works and 83.77% of those in the additional works in the addendum have all been completed.
Thank you. I have no follow-ups. Thank you.
No supplementary. Honorable members, we now move to...
Honorable Speaker, there is one, please.
Banjul?
Not. Can I go ahead?
Banjul, not, can you?
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for giving us a detailed information about the Banjul Rehabilitation Project. Indeed, it is a big concern for Banjul. But listening to you, I will also want to know if there is any sustainability plan that your ministry put in place as far as this project is concerned. Thank you.
Indeed, all our major projects like this, we put in place a sustainability plan, especially for the Banjul project. We will continue to work with the City Council to ensure that first, we provide the trucks for rubbish collection, and also, build the capacity of the people that are at the pump stations to be able to manage the new pump machines that we have installed at those places.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we now move to question number 052 of 2022 by the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on Kia West Road project, Sankandi Karantaba?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the information of the Honorable Member for Kiang West, that the Kiang West Roads project, which is 87 kilometers in total, is divided into two phases. Phase 1 comprises 39 kilometers, which is from Sankandi to Karantaba, and is currently ongoing. And as at now, of course, end of August 2022, the progress achieved stood at 68%. Phase 1 was supposed to be completed by mid-August 2022. However, as a result of difficulties in getting regular supplies of bitumen and basalt from Senegal, due to high demand in that country, the project is now scheduled to be completed by the end of this year. Phase 2, which comprises 48 kilometers, are roads branching off from the main Sankandi-Karantaba road, going into Joli, Jali, Tankular, and Kiemoto, which shall commence immediately after the substantial completion of Phase 1.
Honorable Minister, as we speak, the lane of the basal stops from Sankandi to Jifaro, which is less than 4 kilometers. And if 60% of the work is completed, I think it should be more than that. The work is completed from your narration. Yes, I think I'm saying the construction or the laying of the basal stops from Sankandi to Jifaro, which is less than 4 kilometers.
For your information, Honorable Member, when we do the overall calculation of progress of road works, we don't only look at the bitumen that you have laid. We look at the mobilization, the stage of mobilization, which takes a percentage, and you know how expensive that it is. We also look at the availability of workmen on the site, the construction of even the camp, to house the site, the workers, but also the lab for the construction. We also, look at the artwork that has been done, the laterite that has been laid, the surface dressing, and all those things. So combined, you put all those things together, it gives you a calculated view of, your percentage. The major difficulties are, of course, the mobilization to provide the right of way to clear, do the surface dressing, and then also, put the laterite. So when you do that, to put the basalt, the bitumen on the road, that one is not very difficult. You can do at least 3 to 4 kilometers a day if you have enough materials, and equipment mobilized on site. And that is why, we believe that by the end of the year, the contractor should be able to do the first phase of the project.
Honorable Minister, could you kindly tell me if there are any plans to link Karantaba to Misira? If none, wouldn't you think it would be wise if you link Bintan to Misira, where there is a crossing point? If we could have a ferry there, this will link West Coast down to Kia West, and it will be very easy to move. Thank you very much.
Yes, we talked about this here. I mean, there is this road coming from Jasobo, which also links, from all the way from Kiang East, going into Kiang West, and then crossing some of these areas that you talked about. However, I mean, the immediate surrounding around the Kiang West area that you talked about will require that we have to have an addendum, which comes with cost. If the National Assembly can provide the funds, I mean, we will be ready to do that. Definitely. We will request and then see if maybe the NRA, you can take note of this to see what we can do with that particular stretch. Yeah.
Honorable Member for Opanyomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, the contractors for not meeting the timeline of the completion of this project is becoming perennial. Are there any permanent solutions in place to avoid this consequence from happening? Thank you.
Yes, we have put in place some mechanisms to minimize this. But in road construction, sometimes it's very difficult to say that, you will start something today and then, you will finish it exactly on time. Sometimes it's difficult because the conditions can change and vary. In our country here, when it is in the rainy season, because of the type of laterite that we have, it's always very difficult to work in the rainy season. That's one part. Number two, because most of the raw materials that we use for our road construction, bitumen, basalt, and a whole lot of things are exported, are imported from third countries. Now, we have seen in, say, Senegal, for example, an acceleration of, major road constructions. And sometimes, they too, they have a long queue, and that can also mean that, we have a delay. The other problem is the availability of bitumen, which is really a big problem. The black, thing that you pour on the road. Now, we have been finding it difficult to encourage Gambian businessmen to invest in this, and this can reduce the cost on road construction by maybe 5–10%. I mean, we already have the equipment here at the GAM Petroleum, but we are told that it has some, defaults. I want to encourage Gambians to invest in this because we are doing a lot of road construction, and all the bitumen that we are using on our roads, except the ones for Areski, which is using their own equipment, all of them are importing this from Senegal. And you can see the demand for this thing. If our own businesses can go into this, that will make a whole lot of difference in terms of cost for construction of roads in the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we now move to question number 40. The member then was not in at the time of 2022. Honorable Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the road between Sabi, Sarapiraso, and Fast Bajong, linking the Banikos, Kumbija, and Basse, are seriously dilapidated. Could the Honorable Minister for Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly what plans his ministry has for the above-mentioned roads in Basse constituency?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The construction of the roads linking Sabi, Sarapirasu, and Fast Bojang, linking Banikos, Kumbija, and Basse were not part of the initial process 400 kilometers of roads surveyed and earmarked for construction countrywide. However, surveys will be carried out on this network after the rains and added to the 400 kilometers for construction once we have the funds available to us. But we will do the survey, we will do all the costings, and then, now we'll submit it to government, to help us with the funds.
Supplementary. Honorable members. Honorable member for Tumanna.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The road in question is the same road that that could be connected to Sabusire, Tinkinjo, Sanunding, Dingiring, Madina Samako, and Kantora, covering over 20 communities. Are you considering these taxpayers also to for them to have a good road to operate? Thank you.
No. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the track record of this government in the URR is ample testimony that no community is left out. And, this can be considered, and then, we will put this as part of our plans. That I can assure you.
Honorable members, let me, on your behalf, thank the Honorable Minister, Works, for ably answering all our questions. Honorable Minister, thank you very much on behalf of both sides of the Assembly. You seem to be a popular one because road networks are sometimes the lifeblood of honorable members. Honorable members, let me thank all of you once again. I now put the question, honorable members, that be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 22nd September 2022 at 10 a.m.
Honorable Speaker, 11.
Yes, can I hear you?
11. If you want us to be here, 11. Now it is 12.
ABC committee members, 11?
11.
Yes, 11 is agreed. Yes. All right. Honorable members, I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 22nd September 2022 at 11 a.m. prompt. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stands adjourned until Thursday, 22nd September 2022 at 11 a.m.